Hello. I should be live. I'm waiting to go live. Just waiting for it to hit my YouTube channel. Am I live yet? Why isn't this going live? Am I live? Can you see me yet? There you go. Hi, friends. Sorry, I was having like a little bit of a issue trying to get my live, and excuse my messy hair and my messy face and my messy room and the frizz. Hi, everyone. How is everyone? Okay. So if you hear some noise in the background, it is bath night. And so there's going to be some boys getting a bath, and there might be a little bit extra noise. How is everyone? Does everyone have a drink? Some snacks? Is everyone ready to go? Happy Friday. I was over on my TikTok. It's Mrs. Pixie. Welcome, Mrs. Pixie. Hello, everyone. I am super happy to see all of you here. Hi, Brittany, Ongo, Floofers. The book is about schmurderers. We say unaliving on this channel. Okay. Let's get started. So as you know, I have been spilling some tea lately. Can you hear me? I'm going to keep you company, she says. Okay, I have been spilling some tea, and recently, it's kind of frizzy here, loads of bad YouTube videos are circulating around about you and your lies. Is it true? Well, I think you need to get hidden from this channel. Okay, no, it's not true. But Ken wants you guys to know that I'm getting sued, like a lot. So what happens when a narcissistic sociopath ASPD person that literally has been free for 7 months and has spent 8 years, 9 years behind the clinker, and she unleashed her boyfriend? Yes. So here's the thing. Gypsy Rose Blanchard and her family have a pattern of behavior. And what this pattern of behavior is that Christy has been, and these are my opinions. Okay, won't be able to see my comments, so I'm not going to pay attention to my comments because I can get a little distracted here. So Gypsy Rose and her family, they have this app, how do I say it? Christy Blanchard. This is my experience with her. Let's back up, friends. Back in 2019, I became friendly with Christy Blanchard. Christy was dealing with I met her through this woman named Fancy Maselli, who was working with her on this project called By Proxy. And hold on one second. Hey. Can you please close? Sorry, friends. Okay, jump scared. My boyfriends. Okay, so my boyfriends are in the room over there and they're taking a shower. Or they're not my boyfriends. My son is getting a bath. Okay, so I had to close the bathroom door. So anyways, back in 2019, I made the acquaintance of Christy Blanchard, and it was after someone that had been working with her on a project named Fancy had reached out to me, and I reached out to Christy, and I was like, listen, this lady named Fancy reached out to me. Do you know her? What's the deal? And Christy was like, no, I don't know her. This was after or right before or right after the act came out. So there was a lot of sympathy for Gypsy, and by and large, the narrative that Gypsy had put out about her mother, about what happened that night through multiple documentaries, had really changed and shifted the narrative of what actually occurred on that night back in June of 2015. Gypsy was never one to shy away from ever, like literally ever, to shy away from any opportunity to tell her story. And Ken, her boyfriend, who is now the guy that she's allegedly pregnant with, who happens to be a boyfriend, not her husband. She's going through a divorce. He was on a live stream over on Sir Morbid X's channel, which was very weird to me. Okay, and I want to explain to you why. I'm going to show you what this channel looks like, and I just want to show you how many subscribers they have. So as you can see, Sir Morbid's channel only has 5.59 thousand subscribers. Why, my friends, would someone who has 10 million followers care about what's happening on a channel that has 5.59 thousand subscribers? It seems a little bit extreme to target a channel that's very small and go on to a channel that's very small where you know there's not as many people in the chat and it's not going to give you as much visibility. It's almost like it's a way for them to hide what they're doing by going on a smaller channel. And also it's a way for them to try to change the narrative of smaller creators, because Gypsy and Ken and Christy are obsessed, in my opinion, with getting content creators on their side. And they do this so that they can get people to fight their battles for them. When I saw that they were actually doing this, I was pretty shocked, because why do you care about what this smaller channel is doing tonight? Well, it turns out that one of their friends, you were on the panel last night. Well, I might have you, Anarchy. I might have you come up here. I would love to have you come in the middle. Oh, Zora. Here's my sweet friend, Zora. Okay. Okay. So Zora is Gypsy's old friend, and Gypsy's old friend was on Sir Morbid's channel last night. And Zora is 21 years old. She's extremely young. She's had a really rough life. She's been going through a ton lately. She's had a huge tragedy in her family. Her boyfriend recently passed, and she's been dealing with a lot emotionally. And she's also connected to Amelia Bird, who happens to be Gypsy's best friend behind bars. If you recall, Gypsy wrote in her book about Amelia Bird and attempted to advocate for Amelia. Well, Ken actually revealed last night that Gypsy got in big trouble with her PO for trying to advocate for Amelia, allegedly. Because why? Because she's literally not supposed to have any contact with anyone that she was previously incarcerated with, or affiliate with anyone or associate with anyone that has convictions of the F kind. Okay. So Zora was on a channel that had, I don't know, 400, 300 people in the live chat. So, you know, right now I'm sitting at 1251 in the live chat. If you want to hit the subscribe button, share this live stream, get it out to your friends. If they follow the Gypsy stuff, we're going to be dropping all kinds of tea. You're going to want to be here. So if you're someone that follows the Gypsy story, there we go. Amelia's sister wasn't happy about it either, from what I heard. Well, yeah, so the story around Amelia isn't really one that we're going to be talking about, but that's kind of what happened. So that's how Zora was connected, and Zora was just sharing her experience with Gypsy and what Gypsy had been sharing with her, and really what had happened with their falling out. Okay. And this got Ken really angry. And so about midstream, 2 hours plus into the stream, Ken pops into the chat and he wants to join and he wants to talk. Ken is on a panel with like 7 or 8 people, and these are not people that you're ever going to convince that Gypsy is a good person. Now, I wouldn't call these people haters. I think they're skeptical of what Gypsy says. They look at her case holistically, unbiasedly. Some of them have opinions that I don't necessarily share in total, but I will say that I was on that channel last week and I was very fresh off of everything that came to pass. And this is a good point, and I'll get there, Anarchy, and I'll get there. It's not even that Ken's upset. You are correct. It's that Gypsy's mad, but it's also Christy that's mad. And I'm going to tell you how these people roll based on my own experience, okay? So Ken shows up about midway through, and he is livid, okay? He has all the sass. And I want to be clear, like, if you're here and you're from one of the other channels and you're new here, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. If you want to participate in the live chat tonight, you can participate. All you have to do is hit the subscribe button. Once you're subscribed to the channel, you can participate in the live chat. It's open to all subscribers. And I don't have comments on a like slow mode. If for some reason we get too fast, someone hit up a comment and let me know, and I can put it on slow mode because I know the chat can move pretty fast. So, yeah, I don't really know what's going on with that. So Ken shows up about halfway through and he joins the live chat, and he joins the live chat, and then they bring him up on panel. So this is about the point. If you're looking at this, it's 2 hours and 41 minutes in, okay? Can you guys not hear? Oh, crap. Why can't you hear? You should be able to hear. It's muted. How do I unmute this? You can hear me, but why can't? Oh, this happened to me the last time. The volume on the video. You cannot hear the video. I'm not muted, no. I'm not super good at how this works. To share audio, share a tab instead. What does share a tab mean? Oh, Chrome tab. I got it. Got it. Okay. Now I want to see, can you tell me if I do this, if it'll work?
A month later.
That was in end of April, May.
Right. When you went on Natasha
no. End of
right
March,
before her
early
nose
April
surgery.
was the first. Yes, that was the time that I did the live with Natasha.
So,
it was end of April. Early May.
Wait, dude.
So
end of March, early April. My bad. End of March.
April 4th.
Wait, Ken. So
Come on, Ken.
Wait, Ken.
Hey, Ken.
No, I'm telling you the truth.
I just want. No, dude. I'm not saying you're a liar.
Okay,
I'm just saying. I'm saying, hey, Ken.
Hey guys, let's
Okay, as you can see, it was a lot of talking and there was a lot of people on panel. And here is what I would say to this creator who, by the way, I have nothing against these creators. I think they handled themselves super well. But my best recommendation when you have someone like Ken up, who everyone in the chat obviously wants to hear from, my recommendation as another creator with a channel, I would say, don't have the panel so packed full. It was probably overwhelming for him. And if you're not asking questions, you should mute, because what ended up happening a lot in the live was that people were talking over Ken and he wasn't able to finish a sentence. But as someone said, Ken was gaslighting big time. He was gaslighting big time. It was a battlefield trying to get the questions in. Correct. Yeah, there was like 10 people on the panel. So he did get very triggered. Okay, so I want to just find the part where he, so as you can, I'm going to show you here. He gets pretty, you can see there's quite a few people on the panel here.
Based off of that. And a lot of people say that that's ridiculous, that's crazy, but that is the truth.
But bro, come on. Let's be honest.
But
translate.
Hold on.
Sorry, right there. Hey, Jim.
Surgeries. Like she's
Ken, because marriage.
Listen, he can say whatever he wants with each other. It just so happened that both of our relationships came to an end around the same time. And the separated with Gypsy was not because of.
Okay, so number one, a lot of people were giving Ken heat because Ken is a cheater. Ken and Katie basically broke up a marriage. And Ken had a lot of criticism for a lot of people. In fact, he even called out my character. We'll get there. And called me a betrayer, okay? But imagine you are a man that literally broke up a marriage. Literally, she wasn't even filed for divorce, and Ken shows up in cutoff. And remember that video where they were live with Natasha Cooper over on TikTok? Do you remember that? And they were like, no, we're just friends. We haven't done anything at all. Yeah, right. They were totally boinking. They were like hitting it. Zora tells everyone that they do it on the Jeep, and there's some apparently dog leashes, and Gypsy likes to be walked like a dog, and it's all kinds of stuff, right? And so Gypsy and they were doing it. And this was like literally less than a week after she left Ryan, hadn't even filed for divorce. Yeah. Zora says, she told me they boinked on the first meeting when she got out. Boinking. Yeah, we're going to call it boinking. Yeah. And she also says, Zora tells them that Gypsy is super into BDSM. And it's ironic that she would want to use a dog leash, you guys, because her biggest story about her mother and what her mom did to her allegedly involved a dog leash, okay? And this was a story that Zora relayed to me that said, I'm starting to wonder if Gypsy's story about her mom and what her mom did to her is legit, because I don't know if you had something that happened to you that involved a leash. Would you really want to incorporate that into your life? Wouldn't you have something in your life that would make you like, no, like I can't be associated with that? It would be like a trigger, right? It would be a trigger. So it's just, I have a hard time believing that was gold, Zora. Yeah. Okay. Walking the dog. Yes. So he gets confronted about the cheating, and this is what he says.
Of the attention. And
Is it because
you
of
cared
her
about her so
bank
much
account?
that you wanted her to move on?
Nice one.
I'm just asking you.
No,
That's what it sounded
no.
like.
It's not a
that
joke.
wasn't to
It's
you,
not a
Morbid.
joke.
Hold on
No,
one
it's not a
second.
joke, Ken.
No,
It's not a
seriously.
joke, Ken.
What was the
I'm
reason?
actually asking that.
Didn't
No,
you
I
just
mean,
say
that's
that you
obviously-
wanted her to have a better life and then you needed to let her go?
How I actually have had this question for a while because anytime
Recently, it was said.
Her healing and trying to keep her eyes forward, because I
Okay. So
one of the biggest things that this group was concerned about, and I want to applaud the panel. And as you can see, Haiti-less Joy, or Haiti Joyless, who this is like a troll account that doesn't like me. I'm even going to give her props. Haiti Joyless. It's Katie Joy, Haiti Joyless. She hates me. She's been one of my trolls for like 6 years. And she was on the panel, and I thought she did a great job. I thought everyone was trying to really hold them accountable, right? If Gypsy wants to be anonymous, if she really wants privacy, why is she out public, right? Talking with her about all of the things that are going wrong with her public. Ate with herself. She was pretty silent, but I'm saying that even if she was silent, she was still there holding her own. But at the end of the day, yeah, she like really. So anyways, the panel was very upset with the fact that she's still so public and she keeps going, I want to be private, and not really recognizing the reason why people don't like her has nothing to do with hate. And I think this has been a very big disconnect for a lot of people. And I'll explain to you their thought process, because I obviously was friends with the family, but I'll just like let you hear what they have to say.
Okay.
You came up because you heard about Zora. So I was going to ask you a question, but see, I got flustered here. But the thing is, I want to know your position on Ryan. How do you feel? And what do you think that man's going through?
Well, as I said, I don't want to speak about Ryan. I haven't up until this point, and I don't plan on changing that right now. Maybe one day I will speak my full thoughts on Ryan. But
what does that even mean?
Now,
Why would you even? What is it that you're hiding? Why are you so afraid of saying what you want to say about Ryan? If you feel a certain way about some man, just say it.
It's not that I'm afraid of anything. It's just out of respect right now. I just
respect
don't want
to who?
Respect to Gypsy and her divorce proceedings.
Yeah, because that sounds like it would be something that would affect the divorce.
Okay, so after the divorce, we're gonna.
Now this is really ridiculous, and I have to tell you why. It's absolutely ridiculous for Ken to back away and say that I am respecting Gypsy and her divorce proceedings, because Gypsy has demonstrated no respect for Ryan and the divorce proceedings at any time during this process. Gypsy has been disrespectful and so irresponsible throughout this entire process. Anyone with a rational thinking brain and a little bit of empathy would recognize that it's really inappropriate, completely sadistic, and cruel to invite a man to your house and then call TMZ after you get matching tattoos with your ex-fiance while you're still married to your husband and haven't even filed for divorce. And then you send a text message to your husband of photographs with your ex-fiance and say, he's visiting and we're just friends. And oh, by the way, we got matching tattoos. To your husband that you literally just left less than a week ago. And you and Ken are spreading this all over the tabloids to get attention. And now, exactly. And now Ken wants to respect their marriage. Exactly. Thank you, adorable, deplorable. You're new here. Thank you. It was incredibly cruel. And this was a huge problem that I had with Gypsy. And this was one of my breaking points. Okay. So when I tell you that I was telling them behind the scenes, I didn't agree with what was happening. The minute Ken showed up, everything got so chaotic. Gypsy became ruthless. She became vindictive. She became sadistic. It was Ken's mom was running to the tabloids. Ken's mom. And the entire time that Gypsy was married to Ryan, did Ryan's mother ever run to the tabloid? Did Ryan's mom ever run to the tabloids when they were married? No. Ken, who claims that he doesn't want attention, who doesn't care about fame, who doesn't want anything to do with any of this, right? The minute he's back in her life, mom is on the phone with TMZ and People, right? And Gypsy is text messaging photographs to literally every single tabloid of her and Ken. And Gypsy is doing this to hurt Ryan. Hurt. Never. Exactly. Never. She never did. Never. Thank you for opening our eyes to this little narcissist. You're welcome. So never, right? So the minute Ken showed up, everything in Gypsy's life got so chaotic. And I want to tell you something. A lot of you guys have asked me, what is the deal with Christy and Ken? It's very simple, extremely simple. Christy is an alpha female. Christy is an alpha female. Christy and Dee Dee were both alpha females. Rod Blanchard is a beta man. He's very passive. He's totally laid back, and he works out of town like every 2 months on, 2 months out on the like ship, 1 month at home. Sometimes 3 months, sometimes 1 month, sometimes 28 days on, sometimes 28 days on. Christy is an alpha. And Christy is 100% the kind of woman that doesn't like to be around any other alphas. And Ryan is an alpha too. Ryan has a very strong personality. He's educated. He has a bachelor's degree. He's a teacher. He knows what he wants, who he is, and what's important to him. He's not afraid to voice his opinion. And he comes from a family where his mother is a very well-educated woman who also has had a professional career and is very grounded in reality. Like if you saw when he went to go visit his mom, you know, when he saw his mom, did you see how grounded mom was and how like mom was like, this isn't okay, Ryan, this isn't okay. Like you deserve better than that, right? So I was told by Christy, this is how they framed Ryan's mom to me. They framed Ryan's mom as a meddler who was interfering in the family, trying to stop Gypsy from seeing her family, when in reality, Ryan's mother was able to look at Gypsy's family and see the toxicity in what they were doing to Gypsy. Ryan and his mom were actually trying to protect Gypsy from her family because her family is so incredibly toxic and so out for fame and so out for money. They had her with a therapist to help her work with them to understand what her parents were doing was exploiting her. Gypsy's parents found out that Gypsy was in therapy, learning that her parents were exploiting her and toxic. And so suddenly Gypsy needs to leave cut off, or needs to leave St. Charles, Lake Charles. And this is information that Christy literally shared with me. Christy's mad because the therapist is telling Gypsy, your stepmom is toxic, your dad is toxic, you are in a toxic family that's exploiting you. This isn't going to help your recovery. Being in the limelight isn't going to help you at all. Ryan would have preferred to pull her out of the limelight, to actually get her off the show, and to let her go have a very quiet life that was stable, quiet, and normal. That's what he wanted to give her. Now, do I agree with who Ryan is as a whole? No. I mean, he's a strange character, but at least his intentions were a lot better than Ken. And it drove Christy crazy that she was getting called out by Gypsy's therapist in Cutoff, or in Lake Charles. And so she ends up basically poisoning Gypsy against Ryan. She does 100% poisons Gypsy against Ryan, and makes Gypsy feel like Ryan is being super controlling, because Ryan is literally trying to put stability into Gypsy's life. And because Ryan is actually trying to hold her accountable to her parole and not allow her to get in trouble on her parole and not get into crazy messes, they don't like that. I want to ask the chat real quick. When Gypsy and Ryan were together, was she in the tabloids constantly? Was she calling TMZ all the time? Was she constantly seeking out attention online? Was she, I mean, she was getting into a fight with content creators, but was she in the tabloids as much when she was with Ryan? No. The minute Ken entered the picture, they're back in the tabloids. They're back getting the attention they want. They're back doing whatever they want. They have no one to hold them accountable. So here's the story. I've been saying this forever. When Gypsy was with Ryan, she seemed more stable. She was a lot more stable when she was with Ryan. But to me, they were framing Ryan as abusive. They were framing Ryan as controlling. They implied that Ryan, to me, they implied to Ryan that they literally implied to me that he almost hit her. They made Ryan out to be dangerous. They went to TMZ and tried to paint him as dangerous because he raised his voice at her and she raised her voice at him. Now, I'm not going to say that anyone should stay in a marriage where they're not happy, but Christy definitely manipulated the situation and got Ryan and 100% brought Ken back in, 100%. And brought her and brought Ken and Gypsy back together. Because why? Because Ken is a beta. Because Ryan was never going to go online and pick fights with a small creator like this. Ryan would have never, ever done this. Have you ever seen Ryan go on a live like this? Ryan stays on his own 600,000 TikTok. Ryan would never have stooped to going on to a 5,000 subscriber channel. And I'm not trying to like discount the guys on this channel. I'm just saying in the scheme of their platforms, does it make sense for someone with 10 million subscribers to start picking fights on a channel with 5,000? Gypsy did not have an education in things like literature, history, algebra, geometry. Well, yes, no, she did not. She barely passed her GED. Ryan can't because of his career. Yes, he can't because Ryan's a teacher. Ryan works with children. Ken is a bartender. I don't think Ken even has I don't know if Ken has a college degree. I don't know if Ken has job stability. And I want to be clear. Ken lied. He lied on this live stream. 2 weeks ago, he had no job. No job. 2 weeks ago, no job. He has lived in New Orleans for a couple months now. He hasn't had a job that whole time. He hasn't had a job that whole time. So who is paying Ken's bills? Gypsy. Why is Gypsy going live? Why is Gypsy going live? To pay Ken's bills. Why did Ken dump her? Oh, he goes on this live stream, he says, oh, I actually dumped her because I had Dr. Phil in my ear. He is so full of crap. No, he wasn't. It had nothing to do with Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil didn't care about Ken. He actually had smaller creators that were working with Gypsy on projects telling him that he was hindering her development because of the way that Gypsy is with him. Can anyone show and raise of hands on a scale of 1 to 10, how toxic is Ken and Gypsy's relationship? 10 being super, super toxic. They're going to end up like he might need to keep his eyes open, or he's going to end up in jail like Nick. And 1 being they're the picture of perfection. Exactly. 10, 20, 20, 1,000. Gypsy would have to finish out whatever's remaining on her sentence, plus whatever they add on for her violation. So she would actually be in jail longer than June. 19, 1,000. Yes, exactly. Okay. I remember someone asking me if he sleeps with one eye open. Yeah. If I were Ken, I would sleep with one eye. Why didn't I join the panel yesterday? That's a good question. Honestly, I didn't have an interest in having a confrontation with Ken because I'll be honest. I know what it's like to be in Ken's shoes. And he is, I'm going to be very clear, gaslit to all hell. He has been so brainwashed by Christy and Gypsy that he is believing and regurgitating literally everything that they say about the crime. And he knows next to nothing about what she did because he doesn't want to look at anything because they will tell you not to look at anything about the crime. So when I was in that headspace like Ken, I wouldn't have been open to even being able to hear what anyone on the panel was saying because Gypsy and Christy are in your ear all the time telling you that she's the victim, Nick's the bad guy, she had no other option. I mean, imagine for 5 years or 6 years or however long he's known her, he's had this drilled into his head. She had no other option. He had no other option. She had no other option. Come on, y'all. This is a girl that ran away, that met Dan at a hotel, went to the hospital, that was meeting guys online, that was walking in her house all the time. No, Gypsy's not a victim. You're correct. All right.
And hear you start talking about Ryan.
It's my first and last name at gmail.com. Dox anyone.
Responding to people by recognizing the negative comments and by contacting TMZ and sending them.
Okay. So I don't know if Hello Starlight is here. If she is, if she's not, hello Starlight. There there was one creator on YouTube I was told was the demon, the devil, and evil. Hello, Starlight. They hate her. Hello, Starlight's channel is so small. It's like, and I'm not trying to be insulting, but again, it's like, why do they care what a channel that has what? I don't even know if she has 10,000 subscribers, maybe 20,000. They pick on these little channels because it makes them feel bigger and stronger. They do hate Becca Scoops, but they hate Hello Starlight. So Hello Starlight is going to actually ask some valid questions here about Bree's behavior. So to give you an example here, before I want to set you up on this. Christy has been doing this since 2015. So Christy came into the situation, and she and Rod basically had neglected and abandoned Gypsy for her whole life. They had not seen Gypsy in like 6 or 7 years before they saw her in the courtroom when she was arraigned. Okay. Gypsy had no relationship with her father at all. Rod had no legal custody of her, no physical or joint. Rod had no say. When you look at Gypsy's medical records, there's not a father listed. None. None. So why didn't Rod care about why didn't he care about his daughter? Why didn't he care about his daughter? If I had a sick child, why would you be abandoning your sick child? Christy didn't like the narrative that Rod and her neglected and abandoned Gypsy. They didn't like that narrative. And so part of the reason all of these documentaries happened were not just to help Gypsy reframe her narrative, but it was to help Christy, the narcissist, and her husband reframe theirs. Christy knew that Gypsy could walk. Christy and Rod knew that this was a con. They knew it was a con. They knew it had been a con for years. Dee Dee, once they get into Missouri, Gypsy doesn't have surgery other than her ear tubes. And she has teeth removed. Okay, I want to ask you guys, you think Gypsy's story is the reason why she lost her teeth? Gypsy's story is the reason why she lost her teeth is what? From what? Is it from having her salivary glands removed? And is it from what else? What else? The medication her mom gave her, right? That's what she says. Right? That's what she says. On her medical records for the discharge for her dental extractions, do you have any idea what it says for why what their instructions are for her? It says no fizzy pop. No fizzy pop. Isn't that weird? I'll show you. I'll show you. That's in 2013 when she had her 3 teeth extracted from her mouth. Her front teeth were decayed from sugar and poor dental hygiene. When I saw that, I was like, that is so weird. It had nothing to do with meds. She was sucking down Pepsi. And then another note on that same discharge. Do you know what the other note said? Brush her teeth in the morning. Brush her teeth in the morning. Brush her teeth in the morning and no fizzy pop. This is why they don't want anyone looking at their medical records. Yeah. Okay, so in 2013, when she had her teeth extracted, how old was Gypsy? Have I actually looked at what was in the medic? No, you are correct. Hello, Starlight. Yes. The medicine cabinet is actually mostly over-the-counter medications, and it's hoarding of different creams, topical creams, like steroids, corticosteroids, and different like ointments that she was hoarding. Probably when she left the hospital, she was given them. Okay. Then there was a couple medications that were like liquid, but yeah, prescription mouthwash, but there wasn't a lot of actual prescription meds in there. And if you were to see her medical records, which I have, when you look at her medical records, Gypsy wasn't really on very many meds. She was on one seizure med. She was on a couple asthma meds. And then she was on PRN, Valium, for like seizures. So like when you have a seizure, they sometimes will give people Valium because it calms down the system. And she will get, and one of the last times they actually checked her blood, she had no traces of the seizure medication even in her system. So she wasn't even taking her seizure meds anymore. And when you saw those photos of that medicine cabinet, I want to ask you something. Did any of you see anything that looked like this? Did any of you see anything that looked like this? Was there any bags like this? Did you see any syringes? No. Did you see this? They weren't using her feeding tube either. Her feeding, she wasn't being fed by stomach anymore. There was no syringes. There was no formula. There were no feeding tube bags. There was no pump. There was no IV pole. Nothing. She was eating like a regular person. And despite what her attorney says, Gypsy was not malnourished when she was arrested at all. Gypsy had a normal BMI. Okay, let's get back. Justice for Dee Dee, yes. Okay. I was going to see if, hello, Starlight. I'm going to put this link in here. I don't know if you want to join. You don't have to show your face. But if Anarchy or Hello Starlight want to come on, that were on the panel last night, you're more than welcome. Does Katie have a feeding tube? No, my son does. My son has a feeding tube. No fizzy pop. Because dry socket. No, it's no fizzy pop. Because, question, how does it took you so long to work them out? A lot of us could see right through them. It wasn't that it took me so long. It was that you'll come up. Okay. It wasn't that it took me so long. It was that I know how they behave, and I know that they dox. I know that they harass. I know that they make people's lives hell who were once friends with them that finally see the light. So I spent many months timidly and strategically trying to extract myself from the situation. I knew that once I left, there was no going back. Okay. Hello, Starlight.
Hello, hello, hello.
So my opinions have changed a little since the last we talked.
Oh yeah?
Yes. So this Starlight, I'm bringing you up here because I 100% know, and Anarchy, I 100% know, and I'm going to just add that tab again so we can go through this.
I can't stay very long, but I did want to jump in real quick. Hey, Starlight.
Hey, Anarchy.
Okay. So you guys have been covering this for a while. Ken was on your channel, was on Sir Morbid's channel
Yes.
last night. Were you guys shocked when he showed up?
Yeah.
Blown away.
Are you like
we weren't even sure it was him at first, and then like I knew it wasn't when he laughed. Like I knew it was when he laughed.
I thought it was a troll.
Yeah, we thought it was a troll.
Right. Because why would they show up to a small channel, right? That like is not no shade, but it's like they never show up to like
Well, it's like, you know, when they went on Natasha Cooper's, that was so weird because of the history with Gypsy and Natasha. She's no Gypsy fan.
So the reason that he said he came up was because he wanted to address Zora.
Yep.
And his sole purpose for coming up, basically, in my opinion, was to negate everything that she said about Gypsy being on Suboxone.
Yeah, that seemed to be his big trigger.
Yep.
How did her dad not say anything about them lying about her age when he knew the year she was born?
He was away. I think, honestly, the reason that he has so much guilt is his job. He's gone all the time, even from his wife and Mia. How the heck is he?
You know, they have a son too. You know that?
Yeah.
Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan. But
well, it's not just that. Rod is a philanderer. You all know that, right?
Yes. Allegedly. I've heard that.
It's not alleged. Like, it's legit. Like, Christy has written letters about it, and like he was cheating in their early years, and he fathered Gypsy and Nicolette within the span of 6 months when they were on a break. He was in like he is a lot like, I'm just saying, Gypsy. He's got like a love triangle going on there, or a love square.
Oh my gosh, in the show when he's telling Gypsy about how he was with Dee Dee for a short time, the look on Chrissy's face was I loved it. So she was so annoyed. It was like
yes. So the worst thing Dee Dee did was keep Gypsy out of school. Okay.
Yeah, but she had to learn somehow because she is a voracious book reader.
Okay, so here's the thing. Back in 2015, there was a neighbor, and I don't know if you were aware of this, that lived with them down in Louisiana that was good friends with Dee Dee. Her name was Sue.
Yes, I've read her posts.
So Sue used to hang out with them, and Gypsy was a huge nerd. And like, she was into all the Harry Potter books and Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Which Lord of the Rings is not a simple read.
No, Lord of the Rings is an adult book. It's not a kid's book. It's a heavy book. And it's like, I don't even know, isn't it like 1,000 pages? It's like
yes, and it has different made up languages in it and shit too.
And
yeah.
multiple books
Yeah.
and multiple like components to it.
Yeah. So and how did Gypsy know to mail a knife and buy a ticket to a Greyhound bus and like
but forgot to get her a ticket.
Right?
I have a theory on that. I have a major theory on that, but that's beside the point. I think that honestly, she likes to research things. She is a research junkie.
And Sue made a very good point. I think it was Sue. She said, you know, poor people do what they have to do to survive and provide. And Dee Dee's way of doing that was medical fraud, in my opinion.
And Sue mentioned that Gypsy was what? Spoiled.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
She admits it. She admitted it to Nick. She said, you'd think I'm spoiled with all the name brand stuff I have in my closet. She's full on spoiled. And she knew it.
Gypsy never had to do anything. She's never had to lift a hand in her life.
She didn't know how to boil boil noodles.
Her mom did everything for her.
She's so lazy that she didn't even
walked
walk for herself. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to just press play here again so we can get back to this.
Okay. I can't hear it.
Yeah, I'm listening through YouTube. Yeah, you can barely hear it through YouTube, by the way.
Yeah, the sound isn't coming through.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the sound?
Yeah, we're not getting it in StreamYard, but it's like real quiet in YouTube as well. Yeah, honestly, I think the reason that she only bought one ticket was because she expected Dan to pick her up from the hotel.
So, did you guys hear that? She says they can't hear. You can't hear. Okay, can you guys mute your?
Yeah, but that's not what it is. Like the audio, I don't know if you didn't select the share audio.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Hold up. Mm-hmm. Let me see.
I'll mute though too. No worries.
Okay, share audio, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me see. I wish there was a way to like increase the volume.
I know.
No, if I press play, tell me if you can hear this.
Do you like Bree?
Yes.
So why is she doxing people like Hello Starlight here, and why is she calling people's jobs and stuff? I mean, is that something you want?
I've heard of it. That's
your
the
girl
first I've
to be a part of?
Okay, well, to answer your question, this is the first I've heard of it. I have no idea if any of that is even true. And
it's true.
So
you got Starlight over here.
Yeah, we were talking about Bree.
I will just say that I don't think it's okay to dox anyone, but I don't know that I don't know all the facts of this situation. I'm totally ignorant to it, so I can't speak on any of that.
She's not.
He's lying. He's lying. You know why he's lying? Why? Because Christy, beep boo babu beep, texts. She's the one that texts Bree the dirt, and then Bree puts it out.
I believe that 1,000,000%.
Christy,
Bree and Gypsy were both in the chat.
Christy used to send me Fancy's mugshots, her criminal convictions. She didn't really spend a lot of time with me, with the TikTok creators, or with you guys, because I'm pretty confident that Christy realized that I wasn't going to fight dirty the way that she wanted me to.
Right.
I was a lot like Ryan because I didn't agree with her, what they were doing. I kept telling her like for years, leave it alone. Why do you care what Fancy says? Who cares? I'm like, Fancy has a tiny platform. Like, who cares? What?
They're big bothered by Fancy, and I think it's because of those medical records.
Of course it is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. because those medical records disprove everything she said. You know what Christy told me once? I found this in a text message. She told me that on every medical record, it said Christy and Rod Blanchard are not allowed.
Oh, that's not true.
I know.
Yeah, no.
Christy told me that. So
Yeah,
of course,
bullshit.
that's how they paint Dee Dee. Like, she made it so impossible for us to have a relationship. I looked at several of them and it's like father blank.
Yeah.
Or father can't be reached.
Mm-hmm.
Tried to call father, no answer.
There were times where Dee Dee, like with the CPS call that happened, where she says she's trying to escape an abusive husband and things like that. You know, just so she has some, you know, she likes the victim card, Dee Dee did. So.
Yeah.
Well, they had a hard time getting a hold of him because even in those text messages where Dee Dee's asking or telling Christy, you guys can come stay here, there are repeat requests to have him contact them.
Yeah. They were never able to test his blood for the genetics. To this day, they have not tested Rod at all, and she refuses to have her kids tested.
Well, that would give some credence to the chromosome thing.
Have you guys seen the chromosome document?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and it says mom is not a carrier.
Uh-huh.
Dad cannot be reached.
Yep.
This is a genetic condition that is passed. It's not something that's an anomaly. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's one of those.
She had feeding issues. She failed a swallow test.
Yes, I actually have that record. She said she was gagging and vomiting.
On her extra saliva.
Yes.
She had excess saliva. And they did Botox injections until they didn't have a choice.
Yep.
But to extract, what, 2 of them?
One.
Okay.
That was something last night. He kept saying that her salivary salivary glands were removed, and I kept saying, like, no, reduced.
They were, yeah.
I have the records here. Let me see if I can find it. And Fancy gave me permission to share whatever I want.
Oh, good. That's good to know. So y'all
I'm not on best terms. Like, we're
right,
not
but y'all have been able to coexist.
Yes. Like, I'm not going to try to have a fight with her, and I don't agree with everything of all of her opinions. And we had to have a talk.
She does a lot of things right.
She does, but then she also has some behaviors that I just are very hard on.
I get it.
So
agreement to be civil, basically.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. I have them here, and it's like the swallow study. I was trying to find it when I was on TikTok Live. When people say that Dee Dee was in these tests, it's like, no. If you've ever been to a swallow study, parents are not allowed to be near the child because it's radiology. And so they give them food, and then they have to and it's not the parent that does it. It's the radiologist feeding therapist that's in the room with them. And then they have them on this there's this huge thing that's goes around like this. And there's one right back here and one here. My son has a feeding disorder. And so he's had to have swallow studies. And so when they eat, they can see the food go down.
Okay.
And so she can't manipulate that.
Well, if you get a CPAP, you have to have a sleep study, and there's no way in hell Dee Dee's just going to stand there while she's sleeping.
And there's pictures of her doing the sleep study.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. And it was also noted in there that Gypsy had to sleep on an incline, so because when she slept, it would pull up in the back of her throat, and she would cough on it in her sleep.
Yeah.
And this is when she was not a baby, you know what I mean?
Here's this one. She's waking up frequently, gasping, and gagging.
Yes.
She's having a difficult time handling her saliva at night.
Yep.
A barium swallow study done with speech therapy in January of 2024 showed no evidence of aspiration or penetration, she did have significant gagging and coughing with all consistencies.
She had a lot of ear, nose, and throat problems.
Yeah,
the ear tubes.
But listen to this. The speech therapist felt that some of these may have been behavioral rather than true swallowing dysfunction.
Interesting. Huh. How old was she? What year was that?
2004, so she would have been 13.
Wow.
So
that
was cognizant enough.
So you know how Becca Scoop said by the time she was a teenager, she joined in on the malingering with her mother?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yes,
she's going in there for her mom and failing things, but she had when she got her G tube, she was inpatient, right?
yes.
And she was in feeding therapy daily, and she was literally throwing up with the feeding therapists.
Yeah. Yes. And that's reported that she had issues with throwing up.
And she had failure to thrive, meaning she was not getting enough
exactly
calories. She was throwing up so frequently. That's why they had to do the Nissen fundilucation. I never know how to say it, but they basically take a small part of your stomach and they wrap it around your esophagus to stop the reflux.
Okay.
And so once they do that, they also put a feeding tube in, because once they cut that off, it's hard for them to burp. And then the feeding tube helps vent out that air. And then she started getting 80% of her nutrition through her tube.
Yeah.
So it sounds like more she had gastric reflux really bad rather than sleep apnea.
She did have sleep. She didn't have sleep apnea. She didn't actually have sleep apnea. She had hypoventilation.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Which
it sounds like because you're talking about the acid and the esophagus.
Well,
like
she wasn't able to expel air big enough. Like, she has low muscle tone in her mouth.
Right.
She sucked a bottle for so damn long.
And she had oral dysphagia, which my son has, and she couldn't expel enough air to take a full breath out. And so when she was sleeping, her CO2 levels were rising and she was having lower oxygenation levels. And so they did multiple sleep studies to verify this. And then they did a whole study where they looked at her on a CPAP. And as soon as they put her on the CPAP at night, she was better. So how is that an unnecessary procedure?
Exactly.
And how would Dee Dee manipulate that?
She didn't.
Exactly.
When I saw these, I was like, what Fancy told me this week was just throw away everything they told you. Throw it all away. And just read these medical documents. And I think she understood that I would know what I'm reading because of my son. So I'm reading these and I'm like, there's no way she could have faked that. There's no way she could have faked that. Now, Dee Dee did 100% exaggerate stuff.
Well,
like once she got to Missouri, that's when she's like, she has leukemia. She's got muscular dystrophy.
It was a fraud. It was medical fraud. They were frauding charities and anything really that benefited them.
Well, and doctor bills can add up, especially if you're doing that many like procedures to test for something. So if you just say, "Oh, she has this too," like there are charities and programs out there that will pay the bills for them.
Yeah. Oh, and then you know how Rod said that he was paying her medical bills? She was on Medicaid.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she mention it like, "Oh, I have my Medicaid card."
Yeah. Yes. And it wasn't for disability. It was for low income.
Yeah, they lived in low income housing in Slidell.
Yeah,
and they were still in Louisiana. They lived in low income housing. It's written about in that news article. And that's when she got her from was it the Ole Foundation? No, it was the Children's Wish Endowment was who granted her that first trip to Disney.
So, you know, when my point where I got really mad at Gypsy, and I never said this to her face, but I got so angry. So if you guys don't know, I have a child that has a life-threatening condition. He has had congenital heart failure, or he has congenital heart disease. He's had open heart surgery. He has hydrocephalus. He doesn't have a pituitary gland, so he has adrenal insufficiency, which is life-threatening. His heart condition, and he has the hydrocephalus, so he has a shunt. He has tons of neurological conditions. He has a tube feeding, and he has autism. He is in and out of the hospitals. He's had tons of surgeries, and we did a wish for him when he was like 4, and we went to Disney. Okay. It's not easy to get a wish, by the way. So much paperwork has to be provided. And I'm so grateful we did it, because we did it right before he got his heart surgery, and our family needed it so badly. We were going through so much, and he had so much fun, right? And it was the perfect age for him, because like kids when they're like 4 are so into Disney, right? So Gypsy says, yeah, we always used to go to Disney. And she's like, yeah. So I went to Disney, and I had a wish in 2015.
Yeah, the January before.
And I said, Gypsy, you had a wish when you were an adult? And she said, yeah. And she's like, I knew I wasn't sick.
More than once, though, didn't she?
She had 3
with like
wishes.
no remorse.
Absolutely none.
No remorse.
That's the thing that makes me mad. It's just like all the children that never got to get their wishes, and yet here she is running around, grinning, smiling at Disneyland, talking about how she met the cast of Harry Potter, and then there's children that are lying in bed, sick, not going to get their wish, ever.
So, yeah. I asked Ken yesterday why they, if she was medically abused, why not go after the doctors, right? I'd want justice. Because being medically abused.
There's no one to sue.
But no, here's the thing. Listen, there's a doctor, and his name is Dr. Beckerman. He treated Gypsy from the time she was very, very, very little until it happened. And when they were displaced, quote unquote, from Hurricane Katrina, they got the Angel flight. And it just so happened to be a coincidence that Dr. Beckerman worked at Kansas City Mercy Hospital. And so he treated Gypsy. I think Dr. Beckerman has a lot to do with the medical fraud. I think he probably helped her out because he's in articles about her getting trips. Like was he the doctor that signed off that she had all of these problems so she could get a house and a...
Well, in fairness, he is the one that was diagnosed her with hypoventilation, which is what she has. Like, I'm sure she's still I'm sure she still hypoventilates. And here's the thing about Gypsy, and Fancy has said this, is now she's denying she's denying her health conditions. Gypsy is absolutely denying that she has anything wrong with her. And she isn't fully healthy. She's not. Like, she's still... Did you look in the records to see how many ear infections she had? Like, that poor girl. That poor girl has had so many eardrum ruptures that I'm confident she has hearing loss. There's no possible way.
She got a free pair of hearing aids.
And have you noticed how loud she talks?
2014, yes.
Do you know when people have hearing loss, what they do to compensate?
Yeah.
They speak really loud.
Yeah, she had really bad. They had to replace her tubes like 3 or 4 times?
4 times. Mm-hmm. And then she denies, like, Gypsy claims that everything that was done to her was medical abuse, but it's not, because you can't fake an ear infection. You can't fake strep throat. That's why she got her tonsils. Right. That's why she had her tonsils and adenoids removed. She has like structural things in her face and her palate and her ears and her ear canals, like the way everything is structured, because she has microcephaly.
Right.
Yeah. And it's funny because she just, like, for her to claim that her mother was medically abusing her and that there was nothing wrong with her, and yet she came out with the text saying, oh, I'm worried about my child having this chromosome disorder. It's like, you just admitted.
Yeah.
They would list in, like, I think back then they didn't have the technology to say, yes, it's this microdeletion, but they knew that she had microcephaly and some sort of chromosome disorder because they say it back when she was still in Louisiana.
Yeah, they call it a neuromuscular, a global neuromuscular condition because she has hypotonia.
And it makes
Right.
sense because the doctors basically what they were doing is testing to make sure that what she had was what she had, as well as verifying her life expectancy. Because when you have something like that, they are going to test to find out how bad it is and what your life expectancy is.
Right. And with her, so microcephaly can have no issues, and then it can also have very severe issues, right? And Gypsy's had full MRIs, and to be clear, like, her brain structure is normal. Like,
Right.
there's nothing neurologically wrong. She has no brain damage. Like, the brain itself is fine. There's no like dead tissue or anything like that. Her ventricles are fine. So she's very lucky because I know children, because my son, we spend a lot of time at our local neurological hospital, and I know a lot of kids that have microcephaly, and it can be very bad, like very bad.
Oh yeah, there are very severe cases of it. From what I know someone whose child was born with a very mild form of it, and the way it was explained is that, you know, when you're in the womb, your brain, I mean, your skull is floating, and there's basically 3 pieces to it, and what they call sutures in the middle of the skull pieces. And when they prematurely fuse in the womb, it causes a form of microcephaly. So there's there's way different forms of it. There's where you can't even hardly tell they have it, to like really severe.
Like,
so
they literally don't even have a head. Like,
yeah, sad.
So my son, obviously, he has a life-threatening condition. So there's this amazing hospital in Minnesota specifically for children with neurological conditions, and they specialize in like spina bifida and the stuff that my son has. And so I have the opportunity to meet the most amazing families and the most amazing kids. And there was this little boy that was born without part of his brain, and his head was so tiny. And when you are like that, like, he's not mobile, he can't speak.
Yeah.
But there's such amazing technology now that this little boy was using his eyes and a screen, and he was like speaking through the screen. It's like,
yeah,
there's so much that can be done, right? But Gypsy's lucky because with hers, there's all these MRI scans, right, that are like all normal.
all these
But
fancy wheelchairs.
Here, I'll show you guys something.
See, and it's funny that she was trying to claim that she doesn't have it when she clearly has it. I mean, the amblyopia itself tells you that she definitely has something.
Well, her tongue thrusting is because of her high palate.
That too.
So her palate is like up, up, up. And then have you noticed how her lip is like super fat? That's all because of the chromosome disorder. She got so mad when people started showing the photograph of the IQ 21.1 girl.
Did she?
Because she
was
so much
so
like
mad. She's like, I don't look anything like her. And I was like, Gypsy, you look identical.
Just like her. People thought it was her.
I thought it was her.
Okay, so I want to just share this. This is when she gets Botox in her glands.
Mm-hmm.
We performed 40 units of an injection into a separate spot. We then turned our attention to the submandibular gland. That's the one way back here. So you know how Gypsy's story is that her mom put Orajel on her tongue, on her teeth?
Right. Yeah.
That wouldn't affect the one that's way back here.
No, especially when she's sleeping and choking on her spit.
And she would go into the clinic and she would be coughing.
Mm-hmm.
Frequently coughing, gasping, gagging. Difficult handling her saliva at night. Sleep disturbances. When you start looking at these records, there's no wonder that they sued Fancy because they don't want this out.
They want to, yes, they've been trying to silence her for a long time.
Well, and I think that's why she's been hardcore going after Becca Scoops lately too.
Yes.
Like in that
Gypsy
chat, she was hard on it.
Yeah, Gypsy came into Morbids last night under a troll account. Bree was live at the same time. Someone on her panel outed that the account, its name, what was it? Sugar Sunday?
Sugar
Is
Sunday, and
Gypsy.
Christy was like elegantly broken or something like that, I think.
So her mom put Orajel in her mouth every night and at every
Yeah.
appointment, and even when she was under anesthesia. Like, there is no way. The Orajel, if you were put it up here, it would like cause the drooling to come out this way, right? But Gypsy was reporting to the doctors that she was drooling.
That'd be a shit ton of Orajel. Orajel like wears off in a minute.
Yeah, and it really doesn't make you drool that much.
No.
Like, she has progressive nocturnal hypoventilation.
Mm-hmm.
She has a ruptured eardrum. Like, I don't understand how these people think that.
Because they don't know what they're talking about even. Like, they were pitched, hey, let's go with this Munchausen by proxy thing. And they're so stupid, I don't think they even.
These are all of her MRIs, and they were checking like her spine is fine, everything's normal, lumbar spine totally normal.
And I brought up the medicine closet because I zoomed in and looked up every label I could possibly make out, and there's nothing in there. Like, you know, Tegretol was not in there. Her seizure medication and blah 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 blah. It's really not that remarkable what's in the closet.
And this is her after she has her feeding tube and she's like gaining weight and she's all of her, like everything is looking good. Like,
yep.
So.
And the mom's not fighting it, saying, no, she's not doing good.
No.
You know? Yeah.
Frequently.
There's not doctor shopping either.
No.
It's the same people.
It's the same Tulane University Hospital.
Yes.
It's the same university. She's on Zantac.
Yeah, right? Which is now an over-the-counter medicine.
Right.
Back then, you had to like get a prescription for Claritin, you know.
Well,
this is what Gypsy has a long history of swallowing dysfunction. She can only take in very small amounts of liquid and very soft foods by mouth. She has trouble swallowing those because they seem to get stuck in my throat. They seem to get stuck in my throat. My throat.
She had really bad seasonal allergies, and I don't believe she grew out of that. So it just makes me wonder, like, do you still have allergies?
If you watch her live, she still coughs. She still coughs and gags and says that she has a dry mouth. And it's.
Zora made a comment last night that she was claiming she was on, I think, Benadryl or something for her allergies. So she still has allergies. They were treating her for allergies in Chillicothe.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no doubt in my mind that she still has asthma. Like,
yeah.
And there's also no doubt in my mind that she has low muscle tone. Like, you see it in her face, you see it in her arms. Like, my son has hypotonia and she just doesn't have any muscle tone. Even when she was very thin, she didn't have muscle tone.
Uh-uh.
I mean, look at this. The microscope showed mild sclerosis, which is like calcification, and posterior inferior quadrant of the eardrums. So her eardrums were like bursting from infections and then calcification. That was scar tissue that was building up in the eardrums.
Yep.
So that's not something Dee Dee can
did to her.
Yeah.
Right.
Recurrent ear infections.
Mm-hmm.
Allergies. And she wasn't even on that many meds for seizures. Like, it's so frustrating when I looked at this and I'm like, why did they, you know what I noticed in all of the series? I just we'll get back to Ken's thing, but I noticed when they were going through the series, they only spoke to doctors in Missouri.
Yeah.
They didn't talk to any of the doctors from Louisiana.
Exactly. Because the ones in Missouri, and I took notes, and I don't think it was the series. Maybe it was, but I can't remember the doctor's name off the top of my head. But he was saying he hadn't seen any records from before, I don't remember what year, but he's flipping through a notebook of it's hard to explain, but
no,
it's just
you're talking about in Prison's Confessions. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's her pediatrician that she had when she was an adult, right? So weird.
Mhm.
The one that said that she thought that Gypsy was kidnapped, and he's like, the feeding tube was fake. And then all the records that they scanned to, do you know what he's looking at?
What?
Asthma records that have nothing to do with the feeding tube.
Yes, and that's what they do. Like Gypsy taking the picture surrounded by all of her medical records, all for dramatic effect.
Well, and once she moved to Missouri, a lot of the procedures stopped.
Yes.
Yeah, there's nothing. And the only thing that she had in Missouri she had her dental, she had her teeth removed, and she had her ear tubes replaced.
Mm-hmm.
And if you teeth. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, and with the tea thing and the no fizzy drinks, if you look in that closet, like Starlight just mentioned, like 6 bottles of Paradex are in that closet. And what Paradex is it's a high fluoride mouthwash, which if there are 6 bottles sitting there, they're not using them. And there was another 1 or 2 in the bathroom too.
Yeah.
So my take on Dee Dee was that she was lazy, very lazy, because she would only have her daughter's feeding tube changed every 6 months, which is horrible. And she would never change it at home. And Dee Dee, I shit you not, Gypsy classifies getting your feeding tube changed as a surgery.
No, it's not. And that drives me nuts.
It's not a surgery. I change my son's feeding tube every 2 months. It's painless. It takes 2 minutes, and it's not surgery.
In the text messages, she talks about wanting to get her feeding tube changed, and she does. And how long it took in the ER to get it done, and that she didn't like to do it herself, and that it should last for up to a year till she has to get it changed again. That's why she got it changed before the murder. That way she didn't have to have it changed for another year.
Didn't she say that she could change it later if she needed, or did I miss?
If she needed to, she could go to the ER.
So by the time she was an adult,
good for up to a year.
By the time she was adult, they weren't using the tube in any capacity, and they had no doctor management.
It was a prop. It was a part of the con.
Yep. She didn't need it anymore. She did need it when she was a child, but she didn't need it as an adult.
Grew out of it, yeah.
Well, and I know that in the end, Dee Dee had like diabetes, and Starlight, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I heard that she also had like gout.
Yeah,
and it sounded to me like
she was dealing with like serious kidney stones, and she had been hospitalized numerous times. And
when they were in Disney, she was hospitalized.
Yep. And she was in bed a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I think,
that's why Gypsy had so much time to run around and have sex with all these weird men that she was meeting online.
And I think that's why the house became the way that it looked when the cops got there, because a lot of the responsibility is falling on Gypsy, and she can't even boil noodles.
Yep.
She went from having everything done for her to her mom needing her to step up and help, and we see how
I think that bred some resentment though too, because she ended up, like, in the end having to take care of Dee Dee.
Yeah,
and she resented it.
And she was taking care of Dee Dee. She was like, if you look at their joint Facebook page, it has nothing to do about Gypsy's health anymore, and it's all about what Dee Dee's going through.
Yep.
And she was dealing with complications with her diabetes and kidney stones because she wasn't managing it well. Dee Dee was also obese, and that wasn't helping her diabetes. And she had the kind of diabetes where weight is a factor. She has type 2. So when you're a type 2 diabetic, the best thing that you can do is manage your weight and your diet. You can still need insulin, but when you start losing weight, generally you start, like, you get better, and it's easier to manage.
It helps, but there are people with type 2 that are thin. too. Like it can affect you when you're thin too, though.
It can. I'm just saying that when you're obese,
your chances are higher.
Your chances are higher of having more complications.
Oh yeah.
And that's where she was at. So it's like, and when you're not managing it properly, that's when you can get all kinds of stuff happening with your kidneys. And that's why diabetics end up on dialysis.
Yep.
And then they end up with issues with their legs and circulation, which would be what? Gout.
Gout. Yeah. She was overweight. She had kidney stones. She had gout. Like Gypsy was taking care of her in the end. And Gypsy, as you can tell, doesn't like to take care of anybody, not even herself.
Not even
or a puppy. Not even a puppy.
Okay, I want to get back to here.
Can't hear it, hun.
Oh, you can't hear it again?
Yeah, I can't hear it again.
Okay,
by the way, Fancy had a question. She said that they're hearing locals say that Rod has left the home and Christy called the cops on Gypsy. And she was asking if anyone can confirm. That's just what she said earlier.
Wouldn't there would be like a broadcastify audio?
I think that's what I should unblock Vicky.
Who's Vicky?
Vicky is okay, I'll text Sherry.
Oh,
yeah, there's no guarantee on that, but it's at least worth double checking. I'm gonna have to head out here in a sec, but I'm gonna stick around as long as I can.
All right.
There is a rumor that Rod left the house.
And Christy called the cops on Gypsy.
All right, where are the sleuthers? Who has Broadcastify in here? Go look it up on the scanner.
Okay. She might not respond to me because she's totally Christy's best friend, but she's the only one I don't have blocked. Okay. Let me see if I can share the screen again. I think it's when I go in and go out that the audio stops working.
Possible.
Okay, let me see if this will work.
Weeks ago, y'all were having these fun, giggly, happy
conversations. Could you hear that?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. I feel like if Gypsy had the cops called on her though, like,
but because you had
someone would hear about that. That'd be like big news.
And she respectfully said, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you right now because I don't want to get in trouble with my parole officer. Then she wants to go haywire, and then now jump on the hate wagon and go on to your panel and start talking a bunch of shit about Gypsy.
Okay.
Well, her story.
Hold on one second. I just need to say
let
this.
me finish, please.
Sorry, Starlight. Just share. Like we have Ash 2 Trippy.
That she built with Gypsy through betrayal and hop on the hate train.
Okay, this is about me. Hold up.
We asked him about you at one point.
Ken is so dramatic. He is so dramatic.
It's very girly.
I don't think there's any truth behind that. No.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't seen it happen, so no.
He's very sassy.
Okay.
He is. Sassy's a good word.
I mean, I got so many questions, but I'm just letting people come
Y'all
up and share. Like we have Ash 2 Trippy in the chat. We have Katie Joy, you mentioned them, and I don't know if they want to come up and talk to you. If they want, I don't know, or if you even want to talk to them.
What do you think about everything that?
I'm not afraid of talking to anybody, but I just feel like it's become a heated conversation. But I'm not afraid to talk to anybody.
What do you think about everything that's been put out by Katie Joy?
I think that it's terrible. I think that it sucks that and there's a reason why Katie Joy has like, I mean, I had to fact check this, but from what I've heard, she's got like more than a dozen lawsuits against her because it's terrible that she goes on her platform and takes all this information that was confided in her through friendship. And then once it turns sour, she goes and releases everything. And it's just a terrible, part of your character to do something like that. And you were a friend of the family for 5 years, and then to go, to flip on your content creator switch and just like be a complete betrayer of trust and put out all private conversations via text, via DMs, etc. Something that I would never do. I'm not gonna, if I ever have a DM conversation or a text conversation, I'm not gonna screenshot it and then put them on blast for it. You know, that's just I just think that that's a gross.
Welcome to the internet,
and
Ken.
that's exactly what she's done. She's trying to profit off of the trust that she built with Gypsy through betrayal and hop on the hate train because that's what gets a lot of views to her channel. So I think that it's
okay. I just need to address this real quick here. You guys can you can talk, but I need to say something. A man telling me about his about low character when he has a schmurderer pregnant, right? And he was effing, boinking the schmurderer who was still married and not even filed for divorce and broke up a marriage is telling me that I have poor character for telling the truth. And did you hear in any of that I lied?
No, I think he confirmed, if anything.
Well, at one point he makes a comment that essentially he's saying like, "Oh, these people are turning on her and like telling everybody things." Like, and the way that he said it almost sounded like, you know, it's not inaccurate. The way he said it was almost like these people are turning around and spilling all her secrets or something. I think that's what he said, actually.
Yeah, that's what he said. That I took conversations that she told me in confidence and in privacy, right? And that I turned on my content creator and I am using that for profit. I just have to say something. For 5 years, I made no money on Gypsy, right? Like, was my channel about Gypsy?
No.
How many subscribers did I have? I had 374,000 subscribers. And then I did a video on Gypsy. Like, he's acting like I somehow have built my career on Gypsy.
Well, why would you wait 5 years if that was the case? Like, who would have that? That's a long troll if that's what you were doing 5 years.
Right. Why do you think I mean, you would think that I'm just going to spitball here, that if I was just trolling them and if I was just trying to turn on my content creator. Hold up. Didn't Christy know I was a content creator?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't she know I was a content creator when she befriended me? Why is Christy befriending content creators?
Thank you. I was just about to say that. Maybe she needs to quit doing that.
Because
if you don't want your shit put out there.
So
Bree was talking last night about how, and I forget exactly how she said it, and I was typing it in the back chat at the time. Bree said something like, "Oh, all these content creators are going up against each other and blaming Christy." And I'm not saying that's not necessarily true. And it was like, oh, so you basically just said that it's true.
Well, Ken brought up how social media is negatively impacting Gypsy, the hate comments, the quote death threats, all the, you know, she just wants to go out here and do her thing, and she's being bullied on the internet.
Oh yeah, he
but
made
that
a comment about bullying. Yeah,
right, but doesn't that come with the territory, especially if you're on here as a schmurderer trying to talk about makeup products?
Well, and so
I said like at the same time.
My biggest argument, one of my last text messages. Oh my God, I'll read it to you. Oh, Sherry says she has no idea. Okay. Sherry actually responded. Okay. So my last text message to Christy said, "I am at a loss after this last episode. The amount of lies I have been told, the amount of times I have reported information that was absolutely a lie, which you had to have known wasn't true. This episode shocked me to my core, and I don't know what to even believe." Then I blocked her.
Mm-hmm.
But I had sent a message to Vicky, who's like her bulldog behind the scenes.
Uh-huh.
And that's her like best friend. And I said to her, Gypsy's in the news for using an unreliable fetal Doppler to share her baby's heartbeat. She's exploiting her pregnancy. showing the Doppler on her stomach, which is unreliable, and getting attention for it. It's exactly what Dee Dee did to her. I sent that on July 17th. Gypsy didn't block me until a few days later. Gypsy was mad at me because I called her out. You know that thing that she posted about Ken and him eating her?
What?
Do you remember? Oh, you don't remember
Oh,
her?
the cat, the one with the cat emoji and the water emoji.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, you're fucking gross, Gypsy.
And I said, this is disgusting. And I said, these kinds of comments are so unnecessary to make. No one needs to know about anyone's sex life.
Mm-hmm.
Christy said, I agree. Agreed. I fussed at her for that. And so did Mia and Ken. I'm about to go lay down. I started with a bad headache a while ago.
Going to lay down.
I know she's always going to lay down. She always has. And I'll have to be honest. The last time I talked to Christy, she was so medicated. And I don't know if it was because she had migraines, but she literally sounded really medicated.
She always sounds medicated, but that's my opinion.
And then Gypsy said, everyone on planet Earth scolded me about it, and we're moving past it.
Of course, everything Gypsy does is like, sweep that under the rug. It's time to move past it.
Oopsie, that was just a mistake.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
And then, like, she told me that Ryan was abusive. And she said, I had them keep the bad fight out of the public eye for his reputation. So I took the heat. I wanted him to still have a life after this show.
If that was the case, then why did she personally record the one argument herself?
I know.
She has to be some sort of savior. Like, see, look what I did. So I had them come for me instead because it was so bad.
Because she's lying. It's because she's flat out lying.
She told everyone that there was a bathroom scene where she had to hide in the bathroom and it never came out.
Well, she has to play the valiant victim.
Yep.
So she told me that Ryan charged at her, nearly got into her face, and almost hit her.
Yeah.
So
and told freaking TMZ about it too.
Yeah. And then also she sent me, she calls me and she's trying to kiss my ass because I almost turned on them in May. You might remember that.
Yeah. For a minute.
Yeah. And then she calls me and I'm like, she's like trying to like smooth things over with me. And I said, why'd you send the photo of Ryan to Ken, or of you and Ken to Ryan?
Yeah.
And she goes, I didn't do that. And I said, you're lying. I said, Vicky told me you sent the photo to Ryan. And she's like, oh, well, I just wanted him to get me on adultery.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
I lost my shit. I was like, that is so mean.
So it would hurry the process.
So it would hurt him.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course, sending the picture.
Yes.
I mean, he even showed it on the show, her and Ken.
Yeah. Okay, I want to get back to this.
What about the thing?
Oh, and I also haven't been sued 12 times. I just want you to know. I've been sued 3 times. And
I brought up the bullying, by the way.
What'd you say?
I brought up the bullying when he was talking about other people bullying her. I said, yeah, but there's a fair amount of bullying going back. Like, she's doing it too.
She is doing it. And Christy and her.
Nothing to say.
Can you hear it?
No.
Ugh. Let me edit again.
And I'll be honest, I think a lot of us knew that what was going to happen is we were going to get a lot of pro-Gypsy, leave Gypsy alone rhetoric.
Yeah.
But I mean, certain things that he said did give information, like the fact that he was like, "Oh, the first time that we were physically together,
Yeah.
and the first time we were physical was April 1st, was when we got the tattoos." And like those things kind of like, I think those slipped out and maybe he misspoke, but it
Oh, do I
sounded
have
very
Sir Morbid
much.
blocked?
But yeah, that's what they're saying in chat.
Oh shit.
But
I don't, hold on.
a lot of us knew we were going to get pro Gypsy rhetoric right from the start.
How would I have him blocked? How do I unblock him?
You need to go into your YouTube studio.
Okay, let me look.
If you're not on your main account. Make sure you don't share your screen and show your business.
Oh, I won't. I'm on a different. Wait, you guys can't see that, right? No.
I can see it. Wait, I don't know.
I'm in my studio right now. You're seeing this, right?
Okay. I see the just Morbid's page.
Here,
if you go in there and you go to community.
Uh-huh. Do I really have him blocked? I don't have that many. People always say I block that many people. I have less than 300 people blocked. And I have 377,000.
Yeah.
Like, but I block everyone.
Yeah.
Can I search? I can't search, can I?
No.
It's cute how she made the comment like, oh, well, the show's going to like it was almost like the narrative she was spinning was, oh, just keep watching the show because the show's going to show how bad Ryan is and how innocent I am. And the funny thing is it did exactly the opposite.
That's what I think.
I thought that was, and I think that lost her supporters too.
I really wanted to ask him.
If he was blocked, how would I have been able to be on his channel? I wouldn't have been able.
Because he's not personally blocked. So he's just blocked from your entire channel, not in a chat.
Oh. Is it under the community, like hidden users?
Yes.
I don't know if I see him on here. I don't know how I would have had him blocked because I didn't even know who he was. Like,
I don't know.
Until like 2 weeks ago. I'd never even heard of him until he emailed me.
I have no idea.
I'm sorry, Sir Morbid. I don't see you in here. Are you sure? Is he sure? Does he have like another channel that he can go on?
Melissa Jade.
I don't see him in here.
Do you have it set to sub only?
Yes. Is he not a sub?
I don't know.
Not sure, but that could possibly be it.
It's subscriber only. Why do I keep telling me how many subscribers I have? My point was that people say that I block a lot of people, and I'm saying in the grand scheme of the number of subscribers I have, I don't actually have that many people blocked. That was the only reason I said that. Sorry, Ghost.
I probably have like 300 people blocked, and I'm nowhere near.
I actually don't block that many people. I really don't.
I got trolled a long time ago. That's where most of them come from.
When he was describing the murder, or the red rum, and he was completely putting it on Nick.
See, I need to go back and re-listen to a lot of it.
I think that triggered a lot of people, though.
Let me see if I can find it. Because why was he there?
Right.
Nick wasn't going to be there unless for who? He didn't even have the money to get there.
Yeah, and he kept saying, well, he would have done it anyway. He would have done it anyway. But even
and
he
Gypsy
said like he didn't want to do it.
Yeah. And Gypsy was in the chat saying that too, that Nick would have killed not Dee Dee in particular, there would have been another victim. if it wasn't for Gypsy. He would have killed someone else.
Because there was a darkness inside him.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, I think honestly, with somebody like that, you can actually manipulate them into having that mindset. You know what I mean?
Was it Ken that said it was like a volcano and a tornado meeting?
Yes.
I believe that.
That's actually one of their talking points. And frankly, Gypsy was very sheltered. No one denies that. Because she never went to school and she was always with her mother. I mean, that's not a lie. She really, Dee Dee's ghost. Oh my God. Sorry. That's like a horrible troll, but Mama
They're
loves
everywhere these days. Dee Dee's ghost.
Truth Time says Dee Dee's medical records are going to be washed away in the next hurricane. It's true though. Wait, hold up. Let me see if I can find it.
I also mentioned like that the only person whose story we're going by is Gypsy. Because she's like, if you think about it, who can verify the story? Nobody really. The only person that we have, the only person who ever said this is Gypsy, and then everybody else followed suit. So, you know.
Well, and you have to remember that Christy and Rod are motivated to believe her because they hate Dee Dee.
Did Christy ever talk to you about Dee Dee?
Yes.
Like, what would she say?
She hated her.
See, that's funny because there are text messages where she told her, I love you.
Yeah, there were Facebook messages where they're talking about how they'll always be a family, no matter how far away they are from each other.
That's all for appearances. That's like, I'll tell you.
Private Facebook messages, though.
No, but I'll tell you what, that's all for appearances because that's like, there's something about like their culture down there where it's like protecting the name of the family or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And like protecting like the image. And they're very, very obsessed with their image. And Christy is all about protecting like Rod.
Honestly, it just two-faced is what it is.
Yeah. It's sad. I want to see, does this, okay, if I play this, can you hear this?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, let him, no dispute. This yes, Ken. Look.
Okay, let's talk about that.
5-6 years. But you
that comes.
Stuff. Not let it affect our day-to-day life. And it's going to be, you know, a course that we have to.
Okay.
Fuck
this was a part where I wanted to share. Okay. I got to come back out. This was a part I wanted to share because he's talking about something that I've been trying to do to them for 5 years, and he will not change them. They are obsessed with online trolling and what people say. So when he said this, I knew that his intentions might be good, but it will never happen. He will break up with her over this. Listen.
No sound. No sound.
Yeah, I can't hear anything either.
She can hear it, though. No sound. No el soundo.
She might have us muted.
No sound. No sound. SOS.
So when he was talking about,
we couldn't hear it.
Oh, you God damn it!
Sorry.
So he was
tried to yell.
He was talking about the amount of money they were making and saying that he has no idea.
Mm-hmm.
He's
That's
lying.
a lie.
He's lying.
That's definitely a lie.
He's lying.
This trust fund thing, which has been out there actually for a while.
Yeah.
But so Does she still have a trust fund? Like things still go into the trust fund?
Okay, so let me tell you about the trust fund. So here's how it was explained to me. Christy is like obsessed with money. They have never had money. Okay. They live in a very modest home. I think you've noticed when you watch the show. The house has 2 bedrooms and like 1,200 square feet.
Yeah.
And it's small. You know, they live in a small town that is kind of poor. I mean, they're in the bayou. This isn't a wealthy area. They're bayou people. I don't know what they call them.
For the area they're in, though, their house is nice.
Yes.
Like it's not like, hey, we're rich, but it's definitely nice.
It's a poor area. So correct. It's a nice house for the area that they live in. There's a lot of
value.
Yeah, there's a lot of poverty there. So they did Mommy, Dead and Dearest, and Christy told me they made $250,000.
Wow. I'm not surprised.
And at the time, I didn't think about that. I was just like, well, of course, because she's telling her story, right? But then I actually worked on a series for Netflix, okay? And I can tell you something. No one made that kind of money. Not even the producers, and none of the principals that were involved made that kind of money.
Dancing in the Devil with the Devil?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Then why did they get paid so much? Is it because it's HBO?
Well, times have changed. So no streaming platform would pay that kind of money now. This was 2017, I think that was made. It's 2024. Streaming platforms are so, there's so many of them. None of them can compete. They're all consolidating. There's no money. They're all like laying people off. Just look at the news. You'll see it. So I know that our production company took a loss and the principals weren't paid that kind. Like the only money they were paid is if they provided materials, right? When I found out how much money they made, I realized that was propaganda. That Mommy, Dead and Dearest wasn't the truth. Because for a documentary to actually be unbiased, no one should be getting paid.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And like for our series, and I can't give you all the details, but I'm saying like the only reason people would get money is if they provided home videos, right? And then they get a small fee for that, not $250,000. It's just called like a materials release, and that's pretty standard in the industry. But to get $250,000, it was her story. And I was like shocked. So Christy told me that she was in prison and she couldn't be paid because of the law. She could not get paid for anything.
Son of Sam, right?
It's not just Son of Sam. It was because she was incarcerated and she couldn't profit off of anything while she was incarcerated. But Son of Sam is separate, but there's no Son of Sam law in Missouri. It had to do with her being incarcerated.
Okay.
There are laws in Missouri, though, around notoriety and profiting off notoriety or profiting off of a crime, even if it's like talking about it. And so technically, Dee Dee's family could sue her at any time.
I would do that in the blink of an eye.
And so when she paroled to Louisiana, she's now under the Louisiana law, and they actually have a Son of Sam law.
Oh, hey, Jen Lou.
And so one of the biggest falling outs I had with her was right before Gypsy got released. So Rod and Christy had this huge trust fund.
Mhm.
And Gypsy told Zora that her parents stole money out of it to remodel their house. And that money was supposed to be for Gypsy. And then Gypsy wanted access to the money with Ryan to buy a house, and they wouldn't give it to her because they didn't want Ryan to have any access to the money.
So I don't know if I saw this on your page, but where it was a prison email where Gypsy was like, I don't want anyone talking to Christy. She broke my trust. What was that about?
That was in 2019 because Christy was selling stories to the tabloids.
Oh, into fancy.
Yep. About her engagement and her relationship with Ken.
Okay, you are the right person to ask this of. I heard somewhere that Christy told somebody on the parole board or someone that was involved that she was afraid of Gypsy, and that's why Gypsy married Ryan, because she couldn't be paroled to Rod and Christie's, so she had to marry somebody so she had family to be released to. Is there any truth behind that
No.
you know of?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
No. But no, that's not true.
Thank you for confirming that. It was just something that I heard, and I was like, well, that would make sense, because if she married Ryan, because she outright says, I have to be paroled to family. I'm like,
so
well,
a stipulation with the parole in Missouri is they either have to be paroled to family or they have to go to a halfway house.
So Gypsy would have to go to a halfway house.
Right. So she can't parole to like a group home, basically. They won't allow people to just parole home or like to have their own apartment. They have to parole into a structured environment. And so the way that it's set up in Missouri is they rely on the community to help them reintegrate into society. And so if they're going to, the thought process is if they go with their family is going to have their best interests in heart and help them by supporting them and providing them with the support, the love, and the resources to help them find jobs, get them into therapy, get them into programs, whatever they need.
And that's why she picked Ryan, because he looked good on paper.
Well, also he was in Lake
In my opinion.
Lake Charles is a bigger area.
Well,
so they're going to have better therapists there. But if she gets paroled to Cutoff, who are her therapists going to be?
Right. Well, it wasn't just that, but it was also because Gypsy can't sign any contracts individually.
So why didn't they parole her to Rod and Christy then?
Because Gypsy didn't want to sign contracts with her parents anymore.
Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
But Gypsy couldn't sign contracts by herself. So Christy was actually mad about this series because I remember her saying to me over and over and over again, I don't know, that's Ryan and Gypsy's thing. I have nothing to do with it.
So who was Gypsy's power of attorney? Because didn't Dee Dee sign?
She never had one.
But I thought that they had this. That was their reason for not being able to get some of the medical records. I think was.
Yeah, that's not true. They just weren't requesting them because the hospital basically said that all they need to do is send the request. They were just like, Mike Stanfield's an idiot.
Yeah, I don't like that guy.
But yeah, so, and Rod and Christy are just not very educated. So I don't know. Yeah. Christy was mad because once they signed the second contract with Lifetime, Christy didn't sign with Lifetime, and Gypsy got the bulk of that money. And Gypsy told me she gave Christy and Rod $20,000 to pay them back for them putting money on her books while she was in prison. And then I asked Christy about it, and she said she didn't, that was a lie. And I was like, and then Gypsy told me that there was only $42,000 left in her trust fund. And Christy said, that's not true. There's 250.
Didn't they try to write off the addition to the house as, oh, the addition for the house was for Gypsy herself?
They used money from that trust fund. I guarantee it.
They used the money for the trust fund.
There's no way.
I thought they tried to justify it by saying that they were building it on for Gypsy.
They didn't build anything on. I mean, nothing.
Oh, I see.
All they did was they added the porch. You know, like
there
wasn't
an extended deck.
Yeah, the house is still small. I don't even know if I'm not sure if it's a stick-built house or if it's a mobile home, to be honest. Like,
kind of looks like a modular home.
Huh? A modular home.
It almost looks like a modular home.
Yeah.
An older parts one. Parts of it do. But it looks like it's a like standard home.
Yeah, I still need to find this part in this interview where he talks about Nick, and I can't. He was like going off about he got on there and he was all sexual and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, your girl had sex next to her mom's dead body.
Exactly. And in the hotel room and in the bathroom. And if you read, you cannot just read the text messages that were presented during Nick's trial. You have to read them from start to finish. And there's hundreds of pages.
Yeah.
Feels like hundreds of pages anyways. I've read through all of them.
So here's the thing. Like, when he was talking about Nick and like the way that they were framing Nick and how it's Nick that did all of these things, that's Christy's narrative. That's Gypsy's narrative. Yes. So they want everyone to believe that Nick is the one that put these thoughts into Gypsy's mind.
And it's funny because, I mean, it's funny. She pulls these HR tactics where it's like, get on voice. It's like, I don't want to track. I don't want anything like written. Go on voice. And I'm just like, oh.
What? Go on what?
Go on. Like she says, like, go on voice, or like she mentions go on Facebook because they have conversations on Facebook.
Oh,
and it's like certain HR departments at companies will say, okay, let's have a meeting so we can talk about it, but it's not tracked. And I'm like, that's so manipulative.
Okay, there's a video on, but I'm blocked on Nina's.
Here, let's see. You want me to bring it up? I can pull it up for you.
Zora was sending. Let me see if it's on. I can check I have my like. Hey. Nina, I have to be honest. Nina doesn't get everything right. Like, but that's, she does gossip stuff, right?
Right.
I told you enough. And sometimes when you're doing gossip, you're just speculating on what you see. So I recognize that some of the stuff of what she does, she's like, I'm seeing something online and I'm going to talk about it,
Right.
It's Flawless Nina, right? Is it on her big page?
I don't know, because it's one I saw hours and hours ago.
Not only has sources said that she has violated her parole, but I have heard from a source in her neighborhood, the police were called to that address where Christy Blanchard and Gypsy lived because her and Christy got into it the other day, allegedly. Y'all don't take this as gospel, but I heard this through a source. Child, I heard she be playing like everything's good, but her and Christy be going at it. And I don't know if you guys remember the other day when she went live and I said that she looked like she had been crying. She looked visibly upset.
She's just talking like, no. If this happened a couple days ago, I just have to like interject here. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
So I just have to interject here based upon like their stipulations were with her parole. If the cops were called and it had to do with Gypsy, she would have been taken. So this didn't happen. There's no way. If the cops were called, it would be all over the news. Cutoff is a very small town, 5,600 people. So I'm sure maybe she's hearing something, but there's no way. There's no way. Because I can tell you for certainty, one of the reasons why Gypsy left Ryan's place was because they started arguing and they were fighting, like both of them were yelling. And if anyone calls the cops on Gypsy, she will go back to prison. So if the cops were to go to her house on a call for a domestic, it would be an automatic parole violation for Gypsy.
I was wondering if maybe they were misconstruing that for the violation of contacting other people in the prison. I wonder if that's just a misconception of that actual event.
Here's the thing, what I noticed about Nina, and she doesn't like me, so I don't know if she doesn't want to source me on a parole violation or whatever. Like, I don't care. But I can just say, like, based on what I actually know about what can actually happen, the reason why Gypsy and Ryan were separated was because they lived in an apartment and they were escalating in their arguments. And her PO wanted her out.
Well, she had already made up her mind. She wanted to go off with Ken anyway, so that she's...
Right.
Yeah.
But if you're... Nina never fact checks. She just says stuff. Nina's entertaining. And she even says, like, this is entertainment. You know what I mean? Like, I heard this. So I'm not going to diss her. I'm just saying, like, if she just said it happened a couple of days ago, no. If it would have happened a couple of days ago, she would be in prison. Is she correct that Christy and Gypsy don't get along? Yes. Yes. There has been a lot of fighting between the two of them. Because Christy's very controlling and Gypsy's very out of control. I don't have a problem with everybody. I don't have a problem with Nina. I'm just saying, like, and exactly, TMZ would be on it if there was something that happened.
Well, I think the thing about Nina is she brings in, at least, like, this is the way I see different content creators. Even if I don't agree with their kind of content, they're still bringing awareness to the situation.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's still some merit there no matter what.
Right. No, I'm not discounting what she's saying. I'm just saying that, like, if the cops were there, TMZ would know because Gypsy can't keep her mouth fucking shut. And she does have TMZ on speed dial. She calls TMZ, she calls In Touch, she calls all of them, every single one of them. And so does Christy. So if there was a fight, someone in that circle would have called. I guarantee it.
Yeah, and she probably would have twisted the narrative to make Christy the bad guy. Yeah.
Well, no, what they would have done is tried to get ahead of it.
Fair enough.
So what I know for a fact is when stuff is about to come out that could possibly be negative in Gypsy's face, they will put out a story that frames whoever the person is as a bad person. They do it to Ryan. They've done it to Fancy. They do it to whoever.
Well, I noticed that when Mia stood up to Christy, like, suddenly the narrative was Mia was bad. Like, I started to notice they were talking, like, there was no more glowing conversation about Mia. Mia suddenly just started to get thrown under the bus a little bit. And I was kind of like, wow.
So Mia is, you can never tell Mia, like, if you were to tell Mia she's awesome for pushing back on Gypsy, she would actually get mad at you because it's still her family, right? So, but she doesn't agree with it.
Yeah, it was what Gypsy wanted. And because she was pushing back, suddenly Mia was the bad guy. I'm not saying like I was praising her
Oh, right.
necessarily,
That's
but it was
because
more. Yeah.
what Gypsy wants is to pit Mia and Christy against each other so that Christy will favor her.
Oh yeah, and she was definitely sitting there, for lack of a better term, with her feet up, smiling. I mean,
Yes.
they weren't physically up, but it, like, you know what I mean.
Yes. Unless the cop and that Ken covered her for the cops, that's why he got pissed and left. I don't think Ken is in cutoff right now. Ken is the beta, correct?
Facts.
What about her PR team? She has Red Banyan. That was another thing, is like
I read through those pages of the PR. It was like a little how-to guide for Gypsy to how to do the internet without.
Yep.
And a lot of it was, hey, use your content, use your baby for content, and here's how.
Right. So when Christy sent me that to them, I like that was the last conversation I had with them. She sent me that night, and I never spoke to her again. Because I said to her that they kept saying to me, she's not going to exploit her child. And I was like, bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, the list, her using the Doppler, like all of that she's already doing it.
Christy posted on TikTok that we're crazy if we believe it.
Believe what? If we believe what?
Did you see Christy's happy birthday? Did you see Christy's sociopathic happy birthday to Gypsy, where she's not even like smiling?
Yes. And then Rod's like, bless his heart. It was like, who are you trying to convince, Rod? Stop it. Gypsy gonna be a great mama. What?
That seemed more like a publicity stunt to me.
That's all that this is. Yeah. All of their stuff online is publicity. It's only for PR. That's all they care about, is like making Gypsy look like the victim and the good person, and them looking like the good family. That's all they care about. It's like, it's a machine at this point.
Well, and the narrative they're trying to sell the world is that they're, quote, a normal family, and they are not a normal family.
Okay, Christy posted, if people believe a cop came to my house because Gypsy and I were fighting, y'all are just ridiculous as the person spreading the lie. It amazes me people believe so many lies.
No one said it was true.
Doesn't hurt to ask. If we hear something about it, we're going to ask.
This almost makes me feel like it happened.
Exactly.
The hardcore denial.
Studies.
Yes, because knowing them.
What?
Knowing them, this is like.
Where's this? Where'd she post this?
On her TikTok.
You know, one of the things of the PR package was like, don't respond.
Yeah. But Christy can't help it.
None of them can. That's why Ken ended up on the panel yesterday.
Well, Ken ended up on the panel because she wasn't going to be.
No, she
I like
was
this
just
person's
hide behind.
BRB is a freak. Constant cover-ups. That's what I'm saying. Like, the fact that she posted that makes me almost believe it's true, because Christy is the PR damage control person that's constantly trying to like cover up whatever Gypsy does, because Christy wants to make money and Gypsy's fucking with the money, basically. Like,
right.
Gypsy is so unpredictable. Like, if I can just explain this to y'all.
Yeah, explain it.
Behind the scenes, Gypsy is like dealing with a toddler with a match and a fire stick, and that's running around the neighborhood and lighting everything on fire.
And then leaves everybody else to clean up her mess.
Mm-hmm. And
that sounds about right.
Huh?
It sounds about right.
Like, she's got the torch. She's like running around the neighborhood. She's burning everything down. She's even burning down relationships within her family. Christy, one of the last conversation I had with her, she said that Mia and Dylan were so mad at her because they felt like she was enabling Gypsy.
Yeah, and like, you know, where's my mom type of thing. Like this Gypsy just comes out of prison and takes over the daughter role. Like she comes, you know, she's putting on her little shoesies out, and when they were in LA, buckling up her shoes. Did you see that picture?
Mm-hmm.
Put it
they
on.
treat her like a baby.
Shoes.
Okay, so
well, she's always been spoiled.
Okay,
I mean, that's all it is. Just
so
spoiled brat.
And they're actually really verbally abusive to her. It's she has a friend named Vicky. It's her best friend that Christy met through this case that lives in Mississippi and is Christy's best friend. And Vicky is wholly brainwashed. She's like Brie.
Is Vicky Planty Bunny?
No, she's Vicky Lewis.
Do you know who Planty Bunny is?
Vicky literally goes by Vicky Lewis. Like that's her screen name. But Vicky is wholly brainwashed. She's a nurse. She's like the sweetest woman too. It's really sad because she's the sweetest woman, but she's completely snowballed by them. And when she said to me that Gypsy, so she's like, didn't know that Gypsy told me that Gypsy was pregnant. So I was like, Gypsy told me. And she's like, oh, okay, good. We can talk. She was livid. Livid. Christy, Rod, and Vicky were livid that Gypsy was pregnant.
I would be too.
Like
Rod specifically said he didn't want to be raising any grandbabies. And she's going to be in Mia's old bedroom with a bassinet.
They don't even think that Ken and Gypsy are going to last till the baby.
Oh.
Because Gypsy is so erratic.
Impulsive.
And erratic.
Well, why was Gypsy sending positive pregnancy tests to Ryan?
To torture him.
Even so, when was she doing that though?
In April.
Is the baby could it be Ryan's?
Yes.
Oh shit.
They're lying to me. They lied to me so much. And Zora got a positive pregnancy test from Gypsy on April 17th.
Well, that would be about right because I think they hooked up when they came in, went on Natasha Cooper's panel. That was April the 4th. I think it was that weekend. I don't think it was Jazz Fest. It was right before her nose surgery.
So she said that Gypsy was not equipped to be a parent, barely knew herself, can't control her behavior, can't control her temper. I guess her temper is out of control with her pregnancy.
Yeah, I've noticed that from her lives. She said that the pregnancy hormones have been making her act crazy. I don't think it's the pregnancy hormones. You're already crazy.
She already had a hot temper to begin with. Like she gets mad very easily.
Is Christy like scared to put boundaries up for Gypsy? Or does she try to put boundaries up and Gypsy pushes them?
Everyone walks on eggshells with Gypsy.
That's what it seems like.
Because
that's life.
Look what happened to her mom.
Not just that, I think like they're afraid if they make her feel any type of way, she's gonna run like she does every time.
I got blocked for asking her. I got blocked for saying, you're talking to felons and I heard you're about to get revoked. Christy's worried about you.
She doesn't like to be told what to do. She literally, I have this comedic vision in my head of this spoiled brat running around screaming, and you tell them not to do something, and it's the first thing they do.
That's her. 100%. She is so spoiled. Like, literally, Dee Dee did everything for her. So when people tell me that Dee Dee is abusive, I'm like, I've never met a child that has been so spoiled claim abuse. Like, Dee Dee was committing fraud to bring Gypsy on trips and let her meet celebrities. You know, like, it's just a weird thing. Like, Gypsy doesn't act at all like a kid that has been severely abused. She doesn't. She acts like a kid that's spoiled.
100%.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Yes, this live will be saved. It's like, and everyone is so afraid to say no to her because she will, this is what she does. She'll say, "You're just like my mom."
Yep.
Yeah, she's a holy terror, and she leans on her mom as an excuse for anything she doesn't like.
But she doesn't need help. So her using her trauma is a crutch and it's a deflection for her to not have to deal with anything. And then she doesn't want any therapy.
So is she actually getting therapy, or is she getting it through an app? Because I heard her say something about getting her
She's
therapy
doing
through an app.
telehealth, but that's not really what probation wanted. They wanted her in an outpatient program. Like, you know,
Like going and seeing someone.
like,
Yeah.
you know how they have outpatient, like, weekday programs or whatever? Like,
Mhm.
you can go 3 times a week kind of thing. I
Mhm.
think pretty sure that that's what they wanted for her, and that's not what she's doing.
Yeah, because you can do outpatient for like as a daily thing, as a every other day thing. You can also go once a week. But if you're doing it through like a telehealth situation, I mean, unless they're doing video, there's no real grasp that the therapist is going to get other than just what you're telling them. They're not going to be able to examine your body language or anything like that. And I think that's why they would want her in something like that.
She's never had any neuropsychological evaluations. She's never gone through those like extensive tests where they have control questions that actually do testing for personality disorders. She's not seen a psychiatrist. Nothing. Like, she has no team. And the only reason she saw those people for that guy at the very end of her prison sentence was for the show. It was performative because she hadn't done any therapy while she was in prison. None. And she qualified and she could have gone to mental health at any time.
She performs so much. She's like a Wish.com Vanna White.
Yeah, like she told everyone she did not need help. She doesn't need therapy. She's fine.
I think that's why she wants to go it like if she wants to learn about therapy, she wants to know like cuz there are people who take therapy because they want to understand themselves, but there are also people who take therapy because they want to make excuses.
Yeah.
They want to be better at it. And that was the impression I got.
So people have asked me, do I think she's a narcissist or do I think she's a sociopath? And my personal experience with her is she's a sociopath.
We went through on Morbid Stream one day. I actually pulled up the specific requirements, and you have to have 5 markers out of the, I think it was like 12 questions to be considered like to be diagnosed as a sociopath. And she hit every one.
Yes, everyone. And I was watching a video by Dr. Grande. I don't know if you watch him, Todd Grande. He's got a YouTube channel. And he was describing like how a sociopath runs their life. And it's exactly what she does. Like, she feeds off drama and she enjoys causing chaos in people's lives. And it's different than what narcissists do, because narcissists are just like, all they're about is like protecting their image. She doesn't give a shit about that. She cares about destruction. And like, she has no regard for the law at all. And she's like sadistic in like, she feeds off and finds pleasure in hurting people.
Yeah.
And like causing chaos.
Well, you could be sociopathic with narcissistic tendencies.
Of course,
she's a
yes, she is
psychopath.
100% that, but she's more sociopathic because she also has there's nothing there.
No remorse. There's no empathy. There's no nothing.
What I would call
She
Gypsy,
mimics feelings.
yes, Gypsy has no personality. Like if you were to talk with her on the phone, she's hollow. There's nothing there. Like Gypsy speaks, but it's not like if you watch Becca Scoops, she actually says this perfectly. Becca was talking about how she mirrors whoever she's talking to. That's exactly what she does, because sociopaths have no personality of their own. So they take on the personality of whoever they're talking to, and they can figure out how to manipulate to like say whatever they need to say to that person to please them. And then so Gypsy will call herself a people pleaser, but she's not. She's a sociopath that's just trying to pass without, like, I'm going to do whatever I can to get out of whatever situation I'm in.
Which is why anytime you see her do anything, it seems so practiced and performative.
Yes. So she's very empty. So I can give you an example of like 2 examples of what an interaction would be like with her. Because neither of you have ever talked to her, right?
No, not personally.
Okay. She will never ask you how you are, ever. She will never ask you about your day. She will never ask you about what you're going through. If you were to have a conversation with her, it would be about her the whole time. If you were to, so say she was being like, oh, I'm just like, so for instance, when she texted me about the genetic stuff, right? She sent that long text about how she feels like a piece of shit, right? What she said to me was, my response was, don't feel bad. Oh, she fell out. Don't feel bad because, we've all gone through that. I said, I have a child with a disability. I've beat myself up. No response to what I said about me. It just went right back to her. She doesn't even like acknowledge when you tell her things about you. It's just like vacant.
She absorbed the attention, but has no intention of responding.
Correct. So Zora's boyfriend died, and she called Gypsy crying. She said, my boyfriend's dead. Gypsy said, oh, was it drugs? And then she's like, I heard that. And then Gypsy said, I gotta go, I'm busy.
God, just, man.
I'm so wrong. What am I wrong about, Midwest Mama? Thanks for having me up. You're welcome. And you kept saying you had to go, and you're just still here fighting away.
I know. I gotta go. I actually have dye in my hair. I need to go rinse my hair. So
no, but
I stuck around because it was a good conversation, and I appreciate you having me up. I really do.
No, and I'm going to ban this user, but thank you for joining me. It was nice to have you guys up here.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Christy is mid. Thanks. Bye.
That would make sense. All right. I'm going to head out. Have a good night. Have a great stream, and take care.
Okay. Thank you for finally speaking up. Midwest Mama, is that Christy? So, now she's going to ask how we're doing later today. Yeah. I think one of the most, I don't want to talk about who she hung out with in prison. I'm not really like people that have certain crimes in prison. It's political in prison. Okay. Like certain people with certain crimes will not associate with other people with other crimes. So I'm not going to discuss who she hung out with and who she didn't hang out with. Her closest friend was another woman that committed the same crime that she did. I mean, it would only make sense that people that have lesser crimes would not want to hang out with someone like Gypsy, right? Start a petition for Nick. You're welcome. Thank you for joining me. Birds of a feather. Yes. She is a compulsive liar. So I didn't really like get to the stuff with Ken, but what I will say to Ken, if you're listening, and I know you are, is that I know what it's like, Ken, to be in the position that you are. I know what it's like to get all kinds of feedback from Christy and from Gypsy about what you think happened. Yes, this live will be available. It'll restream. It'll be there. This isn't like TikTok where the lives go away. On YouTube, lives all save, and then you can find them on my channel tab under lives. So what I'll say is that when you're in the throes of being gaslit by someone and all of the negative and all of the other sources you're told not to look at, and you're only being fed one narrative. And that narrative is that it's always that Gypsy is the victim. And you're told over and over and over again that she had no other option. You actually start to believe it. When the people around you are telling you that Dee Dee was so evil, she deserved it, blah, 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 you start to think, well, of course she deserved it. Of course this was justified. She absolutely had no other option. But I want to remind people of one thing. The people that are pushing this narrative out didn't know Gypsy. Rod and Christy were strangers to Gypsy. Rod and Christy had not seen Gypsy in like 7 or when did they moved in 2005 or 2006. He hadn't seen Gypsy in like 9 years. She was a stranger. Rod was a stranger. Christy was a stranger. Christy didn't know anything about Gypsy's life. Gypsy didn't know her father. Gypsy didn't know Christy. They didn't know anything about her health. They knew nothing about her. They knew nothing about her medical records. They didn't care to understand any of the medical procedures that Gypsy was going through. They did not want to be bothered to have to deal with a child that had medical issues. So they just ignored her, and they didn't tell any of their friends that Gypsy even existed. They only cared once Dee Dee was dead and everyone was going to figure out that Rod was the father of Gypsy. And then they had to go into crisis mode to control the narrative and come in and swoop in as though they gave a shit 9 years later. My husband is the father of a child with a disability. And I'll tell you one thing. A good man doesn't abandon a child with medical conditions. A good man is there for their child in the good times, in the bad times, in all of the times, no matter how hard it is to care for that child. He was never there for any of the procedures. He knew nothing about her health. He knew nothing about the procedures. So, of course, and he hated Dee Dee. So who is motivated more than anyone else to paint the actual victim in this case as the perpetrator and who knows nothing about Gypsy's medical condition? Rod. Rod and Christy know nothing. They know nothing about her condition. They know nothing about her deletion. Christy and Rod didn't even know that she had a microdeletion until Fancy Maselli posted about it in January. They denied she had any medical problems until January. They don't want anyone to talk about the microdeletion because the microdeletion proves everything's. They did not know. I was on the phone with Christy in January for 4 hours, and they were panicking, trying to figure out if this microdeletion would explain some of the stuff that Gypsy went through. They just took Gypsy at her word because they hated Dee Dee. They let Gypsy paint a narrative about Dee Dee because they hated Dee Dee. Rod hated Dee Dee because he had to pay child support for a kid he never loved or wanted. Christy hated Dee Dee because Dee Dee got pregnant with a child while she was on a break and tried. Nobody's lying to me because I'm not even talking to them. Oh, they knew? Well, if they knew in January, they acted like they had no clue. So I haven't talked to them. So if they're still lying, they admitted it in 2019. Okay. They all knew in 2011. I don't think they had any contact with her really. They are. Okay. They're lying. Well, fine. They're lying. I'm just saying but Rod and Christy don't care. They don't care. Okay. Okay. They are lying. Got it. They did. Okay. Yes. They are lying. They're lying about all of this. Has anyone seen Gypsy's eye? Do you know what her vision is in the eye that's lazy? Does anyone know what her vision is in that? She's basically blind. She's basically blind in her eye that's lazy. Her mom wasn't lying that she had vision impairment. Her eye that's lazy, she only sees shadows. She sees nothing else. She can't see out of that eye. I didn't mean to remove Treza Noel. Crap. I just blocked someone that I didn't mean to block. Sorry. Treza, I didn't mean to block you. How do I? I just blocked someone I didn't mean to block. Sorry. They know that Gypsy needed her eye surgery. They knew that Gypsy needed her ear surgery. Okay, she's still here. Okay, sorry about that. Christy hates Dee Dee because she got pregnant. She hates Dee Dee because she got Rod when they were on a break. They want Dee Dee dead as much as Gypsy. So they're going to frame this in any way that they can to make Dee Dee the bad person. Who is this chick? This is the one I was trying to block, Sarah. That was the one I was trying to block. We were on a break. Exactly. We were on a break. Yeah, Rod had 2 other women pregnant 6 months apart. She lost her teeth because she didn't take care of her teeth and she drank too much pop. Yeah, I'm definitely not ready to have a conversation with Fancy. Fancy has been associated with someone that I have been dealing with in my private life that I can't talk about. And I have to know that she's fully disconnected from that person before I would ever have any kind of conversation with her. Unless and until she's completely disconnected from that person, I won't have a conversation with Fancy, like over the phone in any capacity. Like I would have to know that she has no contact with that person anymore, for legal reasons. So I have to like take care of my family. So I was wondering where the autopsy was because I didn't realize that Dee Dee was naked. Yeah, so Gypsy is now telling everyone that I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous. And I'm just doing this because I'm jealous. What do I have to be jealous of? Gypsy thinks she's famous. So, oh my God, I've been live for 2.5 hours. Is Ken in the chat? Oh my God, I would die if Ken was in the chat. Is Ken really in the chat? I would die. Katie, you will be on the side of the smear campaign now, just like everyone before you when they used your empathy to help them smear people. They did use, so I will say one thing that Fancy said is that they preyed on me because I had empathy for Gypsy because of my child with a disability. They preyed on me because I was a mother of a child with a disability. So in your own words, do you think she acts like an adult? I don't think that Gypsy is, she's not cognitively delayed. There's no cognitive disability. She's very smart. She's incredibly socially stunted. She's very immature, but she's also just spoiled. Honestly, I wouldn't even call it immature. I would call it spoiled. Like she acts like a spoiled brat. She acts like a spoiled brat. She's mean. She's vindictive. And Christy is the exact same way. And no, I don't think that Dee Dee was ever physically, I don't believe Dee Dee ever physically harmed her, ever. Gypsy doesn't have the personality of a child that's been physically what I think Gypsy's doing to me now is denying that she has any illnesses. And Gypsy's been told by Mike that she's perfectly healthy, okay? She's been told by Mike that she's perfectly healthy, there's nothing wrong with her, and it was all made up. And she's believing her defense attorney that that's the truth, even though he's not a doctor. And Gypsy just believes him because he tells her what she wants to hear. I am an empath, yes. And she knew, she pretends like she knows nothing about any of it. He is her manager now, correct? Christy allows her to be delusional. Rod allows her to be delusional. Dee Dee didn't allow her to. I do think that Gypsy has like severe behavioral problems as a product of her condition, but I don't think she has a cognitive disability. She's really like, I know that she doesn't sound like when she writes out stuff, like her grammar isn't very good, but she's very intuitive and smart about like how to manipulate. And you can't do the level of manipulation she does if you're cognitively delayed. It would be impossible. I think that Gypsy will lose custody of her child. I don't think Gypsy will raise her child. I don't think she will. Oh, I already talked about that in the beginning of this video. So I'll answer. If you want to know why we had the falling out, go back to the beginning of the video. She will not, she will malinger. She will use the baby for profit. She will not, in my opinion, take care of it. She can't even take care of herself. Gypsy is like, I'm OCD about cleaning. She's not. She's a mess. She's a pig. She doesn't clean anything. So, yeah. She is truthfully, at least I believe she's pregnant. I don't know. But I think she'll go back to prison. Yes. I don't know if she'll unalive again, but if I were anyone in her life, I would sleep with one eye open. I think that Gypsy will eventually get kicked out of her parents' house. I think that Gypsy will eventually have no relationship with her parents. I don't believe that they have the bandwidth, the capacity, or the fortitude to navigate the kind of person that Gypsy is. And I truly believe that Dee Dee was overwhelmed with Gypsy, and Gypsy had been acting out for a very long time. And I think Dee Dee was trying to protect Gypsy from herself, frankly, because every time Gypsy had an opportunity to put herself in the position with any person, she always picked terrible people to associate with. I don't believe that Ken will raise the child either. I think that Ken is equally as incapable of being a father as Gypsy is of being a mother. I think, in my opinion, the child would be better with no one from this family. And if you want my personal opinion, this child would be better to be raised by an adopted family. Completely away from Gypsy, completely away from the social upbringing, completely away from all of it. And do you guys want one last final bit of tea that put me over the edge? Do you want it? Do you want it? Gypsy's having a girl. It's a girl. She's having a girl. She's having a girl. She's going to do exactly it's like the cycle is going to repeat itself. It's never going to end. Does she go through cycles emotionally? When I was young, it was a downfall. I also have a girl that's wow. She's so emotional and she's so little girls are like, I'm a boy mom. And I will always say this, that like, I feel like the universe knew my blocks and they knew that I wouldn't be able, like the universe was like, she can't handle having a girl. And I don't mean that in like, I don't like girls. It's like, I have my own trauma from growing up that if I had a girl, I feel like I would repeat the patterns of the girl trauma that I have and put that on my daughter. And I'm so glad that I have a son because like, I don't have that same attachment to the trauma with a son. I don't know how to explain it, but like my trauma, if I were to have a girl, I would have like passed that on to her because my mom passed her trauma onto me. But with a boy, I don't do that with him. And he's not as needy emotionally as a girl. Like little boys are simple. Little boys are so simple. Like they like dinosaurs and playing and throwing shit. And they're like, they're simple. Yes, no, girl moms are great, but I'm just, when I got my boy, I was like, that's all I need. My son is just, I haven't passed down any of my trauma onto him. And I would have if I would have had a girl. So I worry about her. I would hope so. I would hope so. I bet it's Ryan's too. You feel disappointed that it's a girl? She says, I agree. I have 4 boys. I don't know. There's just, I don't know. I don't think I would have been able to like, I know how I am as a child and I knew how I was as a child and I knew that like what I needed and like because of the way that I grew up and because of the disconnect that I have with my parents because my mom was an abused child, my mom and I had this huge block between us and like she transferred her trauma onto me and then I was abused. And so I just felt like if I had a girl, like I would repeat that pattern. But when I had a boy, it was like I didn't have to, I don't know. It's just different. I don't know. Oh yeah, Gypsy put that out public because she wanted her celebrity friends to buy her that stuff. Generational trauma sucks. Thank you. That's what it's called. Generational trauma. Thank you. Yes, generational trauma. She told Zara she would name it a robot. Did she tell you the same? No, I never asked and I didn't care. I thought her being pregnant was the worst news I'd heard in a long time. Frankly, I don't think she's going to be a very good mother. Gypsy's not a good friend. She's not a good person. I wish I could blame it on Dee Dee, but I don't think. Do I think that Dee Dee being like a fraudster rubbed off on her and like she learned how to lie from her mom? Yes. But I also don't blame Dee Dee on all of this. Like, because, I mean, come on. Just because your mom or dad was a piece of shit doesn't mean that you're automatically going to be a piece of shit, right? Like, that's giving so much energy to your parents, right? Some people grow up with parents that are pieces of shit and they become the exact opposite because they don't want to be a piece of shit like their parents. And some kids see what their parents are, and then they're not just a product of their parents, but they're also a product of their own antisocial behavior. Yes, rise above your raising. Exactly. My mom would always talk about what happened and how I was lucky it wasn't happened and use that to justify her abuse, but uses trauma dump. She's the same thing. I'm so sorry. Thank you for your super chats, honey. I'm really sorry. My mom's favorite thing to do was when I would say I was abused, she would say, well, this is what your grandfather did to me. So I get it. My grandparents were worse to me than I was to you. So ignore the fact that I did that to you, okay? So kudos to all of you that can break the curse, right? And can do better. Those of you who break the trauma, good for you. Zora wants to go on the panel with you. I'm actually about to get off, but Gypsy is in the chat. Oh, okay. So Zora, you can come on, but you can come on, Sweet Pea, but I actually I need to go to the restroom. I've been on live for 3 hours. So where is it, Zora? Okay, well, I'm going to run to the restroom. If you want to come in, Zora, just come up and then tell me her name. Okay, I'll be right back. Sweet pea.
Hi, baby. I'm pretty sure Gypsy is in chat, by the way.
Okay, which one is she?
I lost the username, but somebody sent my legal first name in the chat, and Gypsy's the only one who would know it.
Okay, if you see her again, just let me know.
Okay, baby, I will. She's probably just panini pressed.
So when you you haven't heard from, you unblocked her, right?
Yeah, I unblocked her, and she has not said anything. I think she's just like trying to see past her nose so she can type out her paragraph, maybe. I don't really know. But yeah, no, she has not said a single word to me, and I've had her unblocked. So,
you know, it's funny. I put out that text message of her reporting stuff to TMZ. I want to see.
oh yeah.
I want to see what date I put that on my Instagram.
Did you see what I what I sent you on TikTok, by the way? I kind of want you to do like an analysis for people for it. I don't know if you've seen it yet. It's a video of her, and she like plunges off the railing of the deck. And you can see her moving her legs. Her legs move.
She's faking it.
Yeah, and you can tell she's faking it and doing a bad job at it. And she was really young there. So she's known for a long time.
Yes, she was part of the con. 100%.
I just can't believe that people still like don't believe that. Because that's just further proof. You know what I mean? Like she was picking her legs up and moving them like she couldn't move them, but then she'd kick them.
Thank you, Clean Beauty. I know it's bad. Okay, what was I looking for?
I don't even remember what you were looking for.
Zora's like she's like my daughter, okay? Because I'm 45 and she's 21.
I'm keeping Katie young here.
She's like I'm adopting her as my daughter. Okay, so I put on July 26th that that Gypsy contacts TMZ as an anonymous source. Okay, July 26th. Right. Guess who hasn't had any Gypsy scoops since?
Oh my God, I've been checking TMZ for that too. Yeah, no, she's done reporting herself to TMZ. I wonder, maybe one of us should try to put in an anonymous tip to TMZ for her and see if they'll cover her still.
I mean,
or maybe they're just fed up with her. Maybe they've noticed the truth about her and they're tired of her using them to malinger.
Come on now.
Oh yeah, never mind. It's TMZ.
Okay, I'll be honest. Like there's an executive TMZ dumped her ass. Okay, so I'll tell you something. I've been connected to one of their I don't even know what you would call it. Executive producer, editors. I don't even know what they are at this place, but his name's Devin. I've known him for 5 years. So he follows me. I don't know if he saw that too, I don't know. I will say this about TMZ. I kind of had a go at Devin during the 7M situation because they were being very sympathetic about that. And he was actually very receptive. So they kind of stopped being very sympathetic to Robert and the propaganda. So
I see.
I could yell at him and he'll listen.
Yell at him and tell him cover this.
Gypsy is a lol cow and TMZ knows it. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. And I feel like, I don't know, like it's been a minute since they've covered any of her stuff. And I really think they've caught on to that. Like nobody's laughing with her. We're all laughing at her. You know what I mean?
I just know that like she would always contact them because she wanted to get ahead of stories. So
yeah, I bet.
I noticed now that she's not running to the tabloids and now she's trying to post stuff on her own platform to get ahead of stories. So the day that like the pictures came out, she posted something about her tattoos or whatever. Like she's always trying to do something to deflect from the negativity.
Right. And I mean, like her birthday video, like her birthday TikTok, the crime scene photos got leaked on her birthday.
Yeah.
And she like posted a TikTok like nothing happened.
She has no feelings.
Yeah, true. She probably looked at that and went, good look at my handiwork.
When you were on the phone with her, Zara, was there ever give and take in your conversation, or was it always about her?
Oh, it was always about her. And anytime I tried to talk about myself, like, so say like I had something going on, like for a while, my perpetrator found out where I lived and was blowing up my phone and sending the police to my house saying that my boyfriend abused me and that like they needed to do a wellness check on me.
Mm-hmm.
And I had tried to talk to her about it on the phone, and she was just like, or it was over text actually. I think I sent you screenshots. She was just like, oh my God, somebody from my live said they were going to come to my house and kill me. I'm like, girl, can we maybe talk about the woman who shoved a metal rod down my ear canal being outside my front door right now?
But she wouldn't care to hear about that, right?
No, unless it was about the past and like my active abuse, she didn't care to hear about my perpetrator at all.
Well, why would she?
Right, because the only time talking about my perpetrator benefited her was when it was giving her stories to call her own.
Yes. Now I'm starting to wonder if the stuff I would tell her about my son she'll use for herself. Like about her own feeding tube or something.
I hope she doesn't.
When I talked to her about the feeding tube, I was actually shocked how little she knew. It was weird.
Yeah, she seemed to know very little. Like, I remember asking her about her feeding tube too, because my brother was on a feeding tube before he passed away. And I remember, like, asking her about her feeding tube, and she was just like, I don't know, it was very minimal details. And I was just always kind of like, huh. Like, it didn't seem like her feeding tube was actually used often. It was almost just there.
They didn't even have a prescription for formula.
And didn't she tell you that it got changed like every 6 months instead of every month?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no way that she was being fed through that, because it would have been so disgusting. It would have been in shambles inside of her body at that point if there was food being put through there. You know what I mean?
It's like supposed to be changed every 2 to 3 months. We change my son's every 2 months. You can change it every month. We generally just change it based on, there's this little like screw. And so when you attach the extension, typically after about like a month and a half or 2, it'll snap. And so you can't get a good like clip in. And that's usually when we change it. And it's usually like on par every like month and a half, 2 months that happens. It shocks me that button would last 6 months if you were using it every day. There's no way. The only time they keep them in that long is never.
Right. Like if there's formula being put through there, it'd have to be changed. You know what I mean? More than 6 months, like 6 months is a long time to go with your feeding tube unchanged if you're receiving formula through it.
Every day.
Yeah, like there's no way that she wasn't having food orally. But then to turn around and say, oh, like I never had food orally.
Because you have to think about it. You access that port for my son. We access that port 3 times a day.
Right. That's like that frequent. I mean, you gotta eat.
Do I know whose baby it is? You can talk about this, Zora.
I don't think Gypsy even knows whose baby it is, guys. To have a heart-to-heart with you. She originally told us she was pregnant. Me and my girlfriend Millie, she told us she was pregnant before Ken came to see her for the first time. she told us her and Ryan were having a baby and sent my girlfriend a picture of her positive pregnancy test. So who knows? It could be Ken's, it could be Ryan's. For all I know, it's Jerome from the bars, you know?
Tell them the story about the bar. But don't use good language.
Okay. So
Mama says.
This is my party trick, Katie. Like, this is the story that I tell people at parties because they always go, "What the hell? Like, what?" So one day, I'm on the phone with Gypsy. I'm on the phone with Jip. She's like, "Oh my God, I just left the bar and you'll never guess what happened." And I was like, what happened? She's like, at the time, still married to Ryan, you know what I mean? Like, has not left him or anything yet. This is like, I want to say within the first month of her release. And she goes on to tell me she's at the bar with some of her cousins and some friends. And this guy tells her she's a 10 out of 10, which off bat, you're lying. Nobody told you that. She says this guy said she's a 10 out of 10. And she told him, well, you can't say that until you've seen my boobs. So he goes, okay, then let me see them. So she takes him behind the bar and pulls her boobs out. And he goes, yeah, you're 10 out of 10, all right. And she goes, do you know who I am? And he goes, no. And so she looks herself up on Google and shows him. And she told me, he said, I gotta go. And he literally ran away and left the bar, never to be seen again. 10 out of 10 big bag. Yeah, no, that's why I say, like, you know what I mean? She told me she was pregnant when she was still married to Ryan and they weren't separated. But, you know, she kind of just does whatever she wants. So who knows whose baby it is, you know? For all we know, it could literally be anybody's baby.
So is the way I describe Gypsy to them, where she's like a toddler and she's running around with a torch and she's lighting everything on fire?
Yes, absolutely. That is like accurate. So on par. I mean, like, Kim said it himself, you know what I mean? She trusted me. She relayed information in me. And she still turned around and stabbed me right in the back just like she did her mom. You know? And she thought that wouldn't at all have any negative effect on her. She thought I would just take that in stride and move on with my life. And she knows I'm not that kind of person. She should have known better.
She like, I didn't have a super close relationship with her, obviously. I'm friggin' 13 years older than her. And frankly, she didn't care to hear what I had to say because I wasn't feeding into her delusions. I frequently reminded Christy and Vicky and Gypsy that she wasn't famous. I told them she wasn't an influencer, that
No, you're not an influencer. The only thing you have ever influenced is the murder of your mother.
Schmurder.
Sorry. It's the only thing she has ever influenced. Nobody's looking up to her.
I said she's not influencing my son. She's not going to influence any child I know.
Mm-mm.
She's not an influencer.
No, absolutely not. I mean, like, my little sister is 13, and she used to tell me all the time, oh my God, can I say hi to Gypsy? I want to say hi to her. I want to be her friend. And I used to tell her, like, no, because at the end of the day, like, that just feeds into her thinking that she's famous. She thinks that she's famous all because she murdered somebody and ran a con with her. I think she's still, like, on this high of getting away with this con and this murder.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Rainbow 910. I just have to say, I am like, you know how Gypsy says she actually has OCD? She doesn't. I actually have OCD. I'm diagnosed with ADHD and OCD. And when I see a certain thing sticking out and it doesn't look perfect, I have to fix it. So please bear with my neurosis with my hair. I hope you all can bear with me here. But yeah, someone said that Zora is the hero that we didn't know we needed.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. Also, have you noticed Dee Dee's ghost is commenting?
Yes. So OCD is like very challenging. So yeah. I have known Sloan out there in LA for a while. She's wonderful. Oh, I don't know who Sloan is, but so okay. What was another funny story you had about Gypsy? Oh, I don't want to think about her showing anyone her, but tell them about what she did all day in prison.
You guys, this girl who claims she served her time and she's reformed. She didn't serve any time. She did exactly what she did with her mom and exactly what she does now with Ken. She sat in her bed all day and ate and watched TV. She worked for a month in prison and then said it was too much. It was too tiring. She couldn't do it anymore. She had her parents giving her money. She had other people giving her money who thought that she needed it and they weren't doing well financially themselves. She was accepting money from borderline charities. I mean, I guess you'd say, accepting money from men that she was manipulating. She had what's called cash cows in prison. And it was basically like these guys that she'd get on the phone and she'd be like, send me my money now. And she like verbally abused them and like demand things from them. And she actually got in trouble for that. She got in trouble for doing that. But she was making so much money on her commissary off of doing this. She never had to work. She worked for a month and the rest of her time in prison, all she did was lay in bed and watch TV and eat snacks all day.
And that's why she gained like 50 pounds in the last couple of years, because all she did was eat. And I'm not trying to be like, I'm not trying to like,
well, it's not like you're calling her a big back pig or anything.
No.
That's my job. No.
No, but I'm just saying like.
No, but that's like gluttonous behavior. That's literally the definition of gluttony. You take and never give.
I can actually answer this question about Gypsy's voice. Her voice is naturally high. It is. It is not always as high as when she's playing like
innocent. Whenever she's trying to sound innocent, she raises her voice like 2 octaves.
So when she's trying to play the victim and be like docile and like you don't look at me, like how could I do that kind of thing? She uses that voice. It is naturally high though, even when she's not doing that. It's just she goes higher when she's playing like innocent victim.
Whenever she gets like called out for something, like, okay, so I remember like one time she like told me like a bull-faced lie on the phone. And I was like, did you just lie to me? And she was like, no, I didn't lie to you. Like her voice gets so high when she's lying. I've noticed that too.
She will lie straight to your face without any conscious is what she said.
Oh yeah, she believes.
I will lie without any conscious.
Without any conscious. How you're lying in your sleep, baby girl? I honestly believe it. She probably does lie in her sleep, Katie.
They want to know if she used the high voice in prison.
That's something I'd have to ask my girlfriend. I never really like talked to her on the phone in prison. Well, my girlfriend Amelia would definitely know the answer to that.
Mickey Button. Okay, that song she sang about her Mickey Button was the dumbest song I've ever heard. And she realizes that her mom plagiarized that off of Disney, right? Like that's like the Mickey Mouse song.
I think about that a lot. More than I'd like to admit. That and the Royal Mashed Potatoes video.
You're obsessed with the Royal Mashed Potatoes video.
My boyfriend told me he's going to take me to Cinderella's castle so I can have Royal Mashed Potatoes for my birthday. No comment.
No comment. She is a sociopath. She is.
Somebody said the husky/wolf tattoo is so weird too because she called Nick Wolf too. Consider this, it's even weirder because Ken puts her on a leash. She is Ken's dog. That's why they got those tattoos.
But Ken's the... I got my opinion of Ken changed after last night. Like, I'm not speculating, but he sounded like my friend who passed away. Tone, delivery. My friend wasn't evil and wasn't married to a murderer, but also very gay. And
I told you, Katie, my brother woke up because he heard Ken on my phone and he didn't know who it was. And he came in my room and he said, "Who is this gay man yelling on your phone?" He thought I was just listening to some gay dude yelling. I was like, "That's Ken." And he was like Gypsy's boyfriend. And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "I always thought he was gay." So, I'm just going to say it. My brother's got quite the gaydar. Our mom's gay. He's gay.
Okay. I don't want to speculate on it, but when I was talking to them about it, Christy, sorry, Rainbow, I fixed my hair again. I actually got mad at them because they are very homophobic, by the way. And,
Oh, I know. And Gypsy claims she's bisexual.
She's not.
Oh, I know she's not.
They're also very racist.
Mm-hmm.
Very racist.
I think it's funny. She says, instead of schmurder, she calls it the M word, like it's a slur. Meanwhile, they say real slurs over there. Like, I think somebody calling you the M word is your last concern, baby.
I mean, I was on the phone with Christy and she used the N word with the hard R.
Is it me as...
Okay. So here's what I said to them about Ken being gay. I said, "So what's up with Ken? Who's Steve Wood and who are all these guys claiming they met him on Grindr?" I said, "There's multiple men now." And I said, "Listen, I don't care if Ken's gay. If Ken is gay, I don't care. Like, if Ken's bi, I don't care." I said, "But if this is true, what Ken is doing is actually making him look more gay."
Yeah, no, him like, okay. Somebody will be like, "Ken, I heard you're gay." And he'll be like, "I'm not gay, guys. Stop saying that about me. I am not gay. I do not like men." Like, and I think it's funny, like, when he got on the panel after me, the things he was specifically angry about was me saying that I have reason to fear that Gypsy is using while pregnant. That was like the one thing that he went in on me for. And then he tried to project that onto me and say that I use drugs when I don't. So to me, that tells me that when he gets defensive like that, he knows that somebody's about, like, he's about to get caught up. You know what I mean? He knows that he's been caught and that's why he gets defensive.
Right. So and the same thing with me, like, he's getting called out for being a homewrecker. And so I have been sued 12 times and I have betrayed Gypsy. And my character is flawed, right? Not his.
He's literally dating a married murderer.
Correct. So what I told Christy is I said, like, if he just likes the penis, like, own it. Own
really,
it.
Though, like,
own it.
What's wrong with that? And I do think it is weird that they're racist and homophobic, and one of their daughters has a gay boyfriend and the other's got a black boyfriend. I think that's a little odd.
And I'm like, if he's, and I said, and if he's not gay, the better reaction would be, I'm flattered.
Or to just ignore it.
Right. But I said, just like to make a joke of it would be more appropriate than to like be like, I'm not gay. And I'm going to tell you why I'm not gay.
I mean, he did to the point he got banned from TikTok.
Yeah.
Over
and like
people calling him gay. I've done crazy things on TikTok.
Like
Katie Joy, I'm like now.
Acting like being gay is the worst thing in the world. And it's not. It's
there are worse things to be, like a schmurderer.
I am bisexual. Like there's worse things in this.
Right.
Next thing you know, it'll be at advertising human-sized dog beds and sub-dom.
Have you guys seen it's on my TikTok For You page all the time. It's like the human dog bed.
Thank you, Lori, for becoming a member.
The thing that you put on like your mattress and it's like a human dog bed. I feel like Ken and Gypsy probably have one of those hidden in the closet.
So if I were to be like, I just said like, it would be better for him to be like, I'm flattered, or so what if I am?
Right.
Because I said, so what if I am implies that he doesn't care what you speculate about him, that he's comfortable in who he is.
Exactly. And the more you show that you don't care, guess what? The faster people are going to leave you the hell alone.
Right. So I said, like, if he's not gay, just be like, who cares if I am? Like, because my husband is like pretty manly. I mean, he's like a guy's guy. And if someone were to call him gay, he'd be like, whatever.
Right. Because who cares? Being gay is not the worst thing to be. There are plenty of terrible things to be.
She sleeps on the floor. She's like a dog. April says I'm boring and straight. Oh, it's okay, April.
It's okay.
You can be on our, like, we'll be the rainbow for you.
Like Lady Gaga said, you were born this way. It's okay.
And Scarlett is she's amazing. She's transgender and she's just salty.
Hi, Scarlett.
Scarlett is amazing. She and I have been friends for 6 years. She has been my mod the whole time I've had my channel. And what I love about Scarlett is that when Scarlett and I met, she had not come out as transgender. And so I knew her as her previous name. And then she like proudly changed her name to Scarlett on my channel.
I love that. Oh, that's so cute.
And then she put out a whole post and it was like announcing who she was. And it was like the best day. And we all high-fived and we were like so excited and we love Scarlett. So
that's so sweet. I love you, Scarlett. Hi.
She's like the sweetest, the kindest. And she's literally been my mod since day one. And then Jessie, I don't know if Jessie's been here tonight or not. Jessie has been my mod since day one. And then my husband. And then Michelle. I don't know if Michelle's been here tonight. And then we have Blame Jessie. Yes. And so Jessie, I only have like a couple mods, and Jessie and Scarlett have been my mods forever. Do you think she's bedazzled bowl and collar type Corlier?
I have to pee. I'll be back. I'm gonna piss my pants. Oh God.
Oh, Zara, are you okay? Zara. I think she's dead.
I peed my pants a little.
Oh, I needed that.
Bad girl, down, Gypsy.
Okay. Okay. No hair on the furniture. Yeah.
So I guess she would have been more of like a Sphinx cat back then, right?
Yeah.
Like one of those hairless, ugly cats.
It seems like a good thing you peed before that comment.
Yeah, dude, I don't know where my ability went to hold it after I
Let
saw
the
that
chip out. Oh, thank you so much. Really very annoying for all your super chats tonight.
Dude, if she tries to message me or call me about like any of this, Katie, I'm just gonna bark at her. I'm just gonna send her a voice message of me barking.
Okay, but here's the thing. He got so mad at me, but he never said I lied.
Does Ken have a purse? Somebody said.
Does he have a purse? I don't know.
Do you think she gets hit with a newspaper when Ken thinks she's being
Did I
annoying?
just like hold on? I gotta check my eyebrows. Did I just wipe them off?
Yeah, I wish Gypsy would call me. I'm gonna hit her with.
Okay, Gypsy, come on my channel. Let's talk.
Yeah, let's put her in the panel.
Gypsy, I know you're watching, and why don't you come on my 377,000 subscriber channel instead of Morbid's 5,000? Let's go.
Oh, but she can't do that because then people will know. Then people will know how they act. They wouldn't want anybody knowing how they act.
She does that because they don't want to be the one. No one's kink shaming.
I don't.
No one's
it's
actually
not kink shaming. We're shaming her for lying.
No, we're just calling her a liar, and she's the one that acted like Nick was the one that made her do that.
Oh yeah, Nick is so disgusting and dirty because he likes that BDSM stuff. Gypsy would never do that.
Gypsy would never come up on panel.
No, she wouldn't. And if she did, I'm sure all she'd have to say is,
Gypsy doesn't actually cry. There's no tears.
No, I've never seen her cry before. I've seen her, like, she sent me a video once. It was like a 10-minute video of her talking about a nightmare she had about her mom. And, like, she, like, didn't cry at all while she told me about this horrendous nightmare. I'm just like, how are you not even crying?
She hates her mom. Like, she can't even lie about it.
No, she literally told me that when she was a kid, she used to watch her mom do, like, risky things, like getting on stepladders to change light bulbs. And she'd stand behind her and pray to God to kill her.
Okay, let's listen again. Hold on. I have to save it. We have to listen to Ken bitch me out again. It's my I need to make this.
I like the part where they ask him what his Grindr password is, and he says, "It's Kenneth the Chad 123."
I don't think she's a particularly funny puppy is. Okay, I gotta save this. I'm gonna like turn Ken like into video file.
If Gypsy was a dog, do you think she'd be a pug, Katie?
Thing that's been put out by Katie Joy.
Can you hear this?
I think that it's terrible. I think that it sucks that, you know, and there's a reason why Katie Joy has like, I mean, I had to fact check this, but from what I've heard, she's got like more than a dozen lawsuits against her because it's terrible that she goes on her platform and takes all this information that was confided in her through friendship. And then once it turns sour, she goes and releases everything. And that's just, it's just a terrible, you know, part of your character to do something like that. You know, and you were a friend of the family for 5 years, and then to then go, you know, to flip on your content creator switch and just like be a complete betrayer of trust and put out all private conversations via text, via DMs, etc. Something that I would never do. I'm not going to, if I ever have a DM conversation or a text conversation, I'm not going to screenshot it and then put them on blast for it. You know, that's just, I just think that that's a gross thing to do as anybody. And that's exactly what she's done. She's trying to profit off of the trust that she built with Gypsy through betrayal and hop on the hate train because that's what gets a lot of views to her channel.
Because that's how she gets views on her channel. That I think you're just doing your job, Katie. Isn't your job to like report on cults? And isn't her and her family like kind of a cult at this point?
Oh my God. Christy is like a cult leader. People were so mad when I put that in my comments, but Christy's like a cult leader.
She is. No, she genuinely is. And it's so funny to me.
But when I was laughing when he was like telling me that I have bad character, and I was like, you're married, you broke up a marriage, you cheated on you had sex with a married woman. She didn't even file for divorce yet. She had what?
Oh, don't forget public sex with a married woman on parole.
Yeah, you had public sex. You put her on a leash. You gave her a dog bowl. And
you say Dee Dee is terrible for putting her on a leash, but you did it your damn self, Ken.
Yeah. And you called her while she was still married. And all you're doing this is for money because he lied and said he had a job.
He doesn't.
You're adopting a pug. No. You should adopt a pug and name it Frida, like my dog.
You should name it Aurora, like Katie's dog, or like Christy's dog and
oh, and you guys, if you're members, there's a cute little doggy sticker, and it's Frida. So if you're a member, you can put in Frida's head. Gypsy, Jessie made those for me. Jessie made all the stickers. She also made one for Cody's perm. Just saying.
We love that.
Y'all can see Frida in the chat. See, there's Frida's head.
She's so cute. Just a baby.
Just a baby. So don't name her a Jip Jip. Okay.
I feel like it'd be accurate though, because pugs make that noise like that. And I feel like she probably does that in her sleep. I feel like a nose that big sucks in a whole lot of air, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even after rhinoplasty, it's still pretty big.
So Christy's cult has talking points. Let's go through the talking points. Gypsy never would have done it if she hadn't met Nick. Dee Dee alienated Rod from Gypsy. Rod was not a deadbeat dad. Gypsy's innocent and a total victim. I am not a step monster.
I'm not a step monster. I just want to FaceTime your boyfriend to tell him you're pregnant.
Oh,
it's my turn to FaceTime Ken.
Oh my God, should we show him the ultrasound video?
Yes, do it. It's so good. I can't get over step monster Christy, dude. Like the whole time.
I know.
She's pregnant. Like, come on, Christy. Just say you wish it was you. Just say you wish he would have knocked you up first, girl.
Where is it? Let me find it. Hold up. All right. Like Snoop Dogg said. I gotta find it. Male senior, what?
Pugs also have a lot of health problems like Gypsy.
They do. Oh,
poor Gypsy the pug. She has leukemia. She can't walk, but she can wiggle her toes and kick her legs.
Okay, this one is so ridiculous because okay, so Gypsy was so desperate to have an ultrasound.
And she just wanted to see her food baby floating around in there. I bet they saw a bunch of McDonald's French fries.
And Christy has her eye on the money and the money on her mind.
As always.
I should have shaved. Girl, nobody worried about that. It's all about the baby now.
Yeah.
You're non-existent.
The whole time.
You're just a carrier. Just a carrier.
She literally just said, "You're non-existent. You're just the carrier."
Yeah, and now that we find out it's a girl, that's gonna be bad. Gypsy's gonna get really jealous when that little girl takes all her attention, and God knows what she'll do then.
But did you hear? I should have shaved.
I should have shaved. That's all you're worried about during your ultrasound.
I should have shaved. Girl, nobody worried about that. It's all about the baby now.
Yeah.
You're non-existent.
The whole time.
You're just a carrier. Just a carrier.
So this is your uterus. I know I'm trying to show both of y'all at the same time.
Can you see Ken?
And I know you're like, what are we looking at? Looking for a little speck. Actually, yeah, good.
Oh, that's Carrie.
Oh my God, you're just realizing. Yeah, ain't Carrie's here.
It's hard to see anything. Gypsy, I was hoping we'd be able to. We'd be right in this area if we are, but I mean, we were looking, like, see where that, like, little white area?
Yeah.
But, like,
It's probably too early.
it's, I think, a little too early to see anything.
They couldn't see anything.
I bet they saw some McDonald's French fries in there, though, Katie. Be for real. You know they did.
The money
Yes,
is yes, that's actually accurate. She can't control Ryan. She can control Ken.
Exactly. Right in her crusty crab. No!
She is obsessed with shaving. Okay, this is the video that I played that was in. Why she sent you these videos, I will never understand.
I just wanted you to feel like you were there. I almost feel like it was a jab at the fact that I'm never going to have kids because I'm actually smart and a real Munchausen's by proxy survivor, and I'm terrified of having children.
It's confirmed. You are a daddy.
Oh my God.
They're going to do an ultrasound next time.
Yeah, the ultrasound will be next time.
It's confirmed for
Confirmed.
Look at this.
Oh my God.
Get away towels if you like to pass out.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
It's-
I married you.
To see it is, but to hear it be confirmed is.
Do you think I'm like a screen?
It's
Look
actually
at their
not a
face.
baby.
He's like, is there something I can see on their screen? And look at their face, like, oh, you want proof?
Shit. Yeah, huh? Watch it not be a baby, and it's actually just a very large scoop of royal mashed potatoes. Katie, you're so fed up with royal mashed potatoes.
Why is Christy calling him though?
We should make an edit where we crop Gypsy completely out, so it's just Christy FaceTiming Ken. Just say it's confirmed. You're gonna be a daddy, and I bet I could cut her into the bathroom with a pregnancy test.
Like, why is Christy calling Ken?
Because I'm telling you, she wants the experience. She's sad that it was Gypsy that got knocked up by him and not her. You can see it in everything she does around him. And didn't she one time like say something like, "Ooh, Ken, you smell good"? Wasn't that like in one of her series or something?
Ken is on Christy's
You
speed.
smell good. Ken is on Christy's speed dial.
Because he ignores Gypsy.
Oh no, the dog's barking again.
I need to watch this again.
You see?
And she's like, she's faking, right? Like, look at her faking. Like, I'm gonna.
It's confirmed.
How fake was that? Look at this. Look at how annoyed Christy looks.
Yeah, she does. She looks super annoyed, and Gypsy also looks like she doesn't even want to be there. Can we talk about that? She looks like she doesn't even want to be there. And I used to
Look at her face there.
Yeah, I'd ask her, I'd be like, how's my niece or nephew cooking? And she'd be like, well, I'm pregnant. I'm in pain all the time. And I'm like, girl, you're like 5 weeks pregnant. How are you in pain all the time? Are you pregnant with a fucking pitchfork?
I'm trying to like
with a murder weapon, Katie. It's the knife. She mailed it to her coochie.
I'm over here trying to understand something though. Why is Christy calling Ken to tell her that her daughter, her fake daughter, that she ignored until she was 23 years old,
that she didn't even want, that she didn't even tell people about until she was famous, quote, until she was considered an infamous case. She didn't even tell people that Rod had a kid outside of theirs.
Primping her hair on the phone for Ken. I know.
I saw that too. She's like, oh, I gotta get
She
ready
actually
for
washed her hair this time.
I know, it's a shocker. She always kind of looks like she rolled around in an oil spill. It's confirmed. You're gonna be a daddy.
And who's filming this?
It's confirmed. You are a daddy.
Oh, that's so gross.
I'm almost spot on. Hold on. It's confirmed. You're a daddy. She was so excited to call Ken daddy.
Look at her flipping her hair. I don't know why this is funny. Okay.
Rusty was so proud of Ken's sperm.
It's confirmed. You are a daddy.
You'll be getting child support, Ken.
Oh my god!
The ultrasound will be next time.
Get away with towels if you feel like you're gonna pass out.
She's like, gotta tell people that he's emotional. Like,
wait, Katie, he said, oh my god.
I want Ryan to be the dad. Wait, I guess it's a turnaround from Ken calling men dad. That's okay, but
he wasn't on all fours. Let's be honest. He probably did it in the truck stop bathroom.
But why is
the shower?
Wait, hold up. Why is Gypsy acting like she barely knows him? Watch.
They're going to do an ultrasound next time.
Yeah, the ultrasound will be next time.
It's confirmed for
Confirmed.
Oh my god.
Get away with towels if you feel like you're gonna pass out.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
It's
I already knew.
to see it is, but to hear it be confirmed is.
Anything on like a screen?
Christy's like, I knew you didn't believe us, so.
Call
And
me
he's
an
like,
evil
can you
B
show
word.
me a screen?
Call me an evil B word, but I've heard some of her first call to her dad, or like what she said.
Yeah.
Why was she like more intimate in her first prison call to Rod, like her first time talking to him in so long, than she was like on the FaceTime call with Ken? Slow princess wave at you. Yeah, your baby's in me, I guess.
So hold up. Christy was accusing me of profiting off of this, yet she's in this room filming this seemingly for the show, right? This was probably for the show.
She's the one with a plan to profit off of it. Excuse me. Everybody's asking, when did Gypsy send this to you? Hold on, I'm actually gonna go look, you guys. I can't remember right now. I'll go look right now, though. I got the screenies.
Zora is Lil Miss Lithium on TikTok and on Instagram.
Let me see.
Zora's my daughter, and I am her mommy. Just call me mommy. Can I put you on a leash?
My mommy, KJ. Yeah, put me on a leash, mommy. Maybe I can slow wave at you in the
Christy's going to try to have the epidural for Gypsy.
Christy's gonna like push Gypsy out of her hospital bed. I need this.
Oh my God, we're almost at 4 hours. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Yeah, the live panel with Morbid went on for like 6 or 7 hours, I think. That was insane, but like it was crazy. I mean, like Ken was popping off. Okay, so the sonogram videos were sent to me on May 27th, you guys.
Okay. So that was right after she told me she was pregnant.
Are you kidding?
No, she told me on May 25th.
Oh, baby.
Christy doesn't look happy, by the way. She looks... Let me find the other video of Gypsy acting like she's not going to get... Like her acting and pretending like she's not going to get an ultrasound. And this is the part where she gets Munchausen's. When she's like asking about her progesterone being low, she's already worried about it.
Yeah, what's up with that? Should I be worried about that?
She's already trying to malinger for like a possible miscarriage.
And then the other day in her life, she was like, oh, I'm having like, what was it? She was saying she was having some sort of pain from like her pregnancy.
Round ligament pain. She's way too early for round ligament pain.
Girl, you ain't even got a round ligament.
She was like diagnosing herself with things that I'm pretty sure round ligament is like in the 3rd trimester.
The only round ligament Gypsy Rose Blanchard has is her head. It's okay, Katie. You can pretend it wasn't funny.
Hold on. When is it? I don't remember getting that pain until like 3rd trimester.
Yeah,
I was on
no, that's like way too early. Isn't it way too early for her to know what gender it is too? Supposedly, allegedly. Allegedly.
Plot twist for Christy is the baby. Oh.
Plot twist. Dee Dee is their baby.
Plot twist. I'm actually having more fun and don't feel as stressed out now that I don't have to deal with these idiots.
I know, right? Like my life is like so much easier now. I don't know. It's nice not like having to worry about like
happens during the 2nd trimester and it's after you're showing. It's not when she's like.
Have you seen her trying to post videos of her bump yet?
It looks like
just a food
no,
baby.
It's literally nachos at this point.
It's literally Taco Bell.
Yeah, it's a Taco Bell belly. Like
it's a Pepsi baby. Pepsi! Yeah. We all know Gypsy loves Pepsi.
And she was on her live and she's like, I actually lost 5 pounds. And I was like,
when was that? A few years ago?
Okay, this is Gypsy.
Okay, say it again.
Okay, say it again. This is Christy directing this, filming this to prove to Ken that she's actually pregnant.
She says, say it again. And the doctor looks so annoyed, like she's saying it for like the 5th time.
Yeah. So Ken doesn't believe she's actually pregnant because Gypsy lies all the time about being pregnant. We don't even really know if this is an actual doctor's office or if this is a stage doctor office.
Yeah, for all we know, this is Lifetime Studios.
Yeah.
Isn't this like her 13th baby at this point?
All right, let's go.
That's okay. Okay, say it again. Tell her she's what? Say it again.
She's pregnant.
Will I have an ultrasound today? Or
So it won't be today.
Okay.
So the way ultrasounds work is you have to be at least 7 to 8 weeks before you can actually see something. So right now, you'll see a development of something, but you won't really see much of anything.
Okay.
So we have to wait till you get a little further along, okay? But we'll definitely get that scheduled.
Yeah.
Ultrasound, blood work, that kind of stuff.
All right.
So you actually had like an exam 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
So we did pap smear, we did all that stuff.
Yeah.
Typically at this visit we would do an exam, but because you just had all that done, we don't have to.
Now my progesterone levels were low. Like they called me and was like, I don't think you're ovulating because your progesterone levels are low.
Okay.
And so that's something that I'm like kind of worried about.
Okay.
Does that matter?
She can look. She'll be able to look at all that for you. She'll be able to look at everything in the system. So definitely ask her about all that. Prenatal vitamin. Are you taking?
Your progesterone levels were low, Gypsy, because you were fucking pregnant.
Literally.
She's already trying to find a way to malinger.
Hey, Katie, do you think she's had more alleged pregnancies than feeding tube changes?
Shut the fuck up. This is Katie After Dark, where the F-bombs come out.
This is when Katie gets fed up with me and she tells me to go to bed, guys. This is when I get mean and Katie has to say, Zora, that's not nice. And then I go, I know, Katie, I'm not nice.
I need to hear this again, though. She might be pregnant, but not by Ken. Everything that you put in the universe will come back out too. So does that mean, wait, hold up. Does that mean Gypsy Jr. is going to kill her? I hate this. I hate the shirt she's wearing, by the way. I hate that shirt.
Yeah, it's really
frumpy. Say it again. Tell her she's what? Say it again.
She's pregnant.
Okay, I just want to tell you guys, that girl has no tone.
She looks like a Meat Canyon character.
No.
Yeah.
She has no muscle tone. And she denies that she has muscle tone. I wish she would just accept the fact that her mom didn't abuse her medically.
Exactly, because why would you be getting put on dog leashes and getting your nose fixed? And why would you get your nose fixed before your forehead? You'd think she'd get a forehead reduction before a nose job.
Oh, shush. I have a big forehead. Look I got a 5 head or forehead.
You don't have a big forehead like Gypsy does. I've got the same forehead as you. We've got the same size forehead. Don't do me like that, Katie. You could fry an egg on that forehead, and it looks like she did. Look how greasy that thing is.
And I have like that part where, like, you know how like you spend your whole life and you part it on that one side and then you lose all the hair right there? Did you ever over part your hair as a kid? I did.
Yes, I had
forever. I over parted. So like I was a side part and I was like, this was where my side part was. And so I like lost all the hair at my side part. Has anyone else lost hair at their side part? Any other 90s bitches out there?
Thank you, Alma. Alma says I'm funny. You should go live and put me on panel more often, Katie. We should do like Katie and Zora After Dark. Oh my God.
Dark. Oh
Make
my
sure
God.
Gypsy doesn't sleep. No. We'll keep her awake at night.
Is Gypsy here? She's probably here.
She was earlier because she said my legal name in the chat, and she's
so
the only one who
Bitch
knows
Kiwi
it.
said that she also lost her hair on her part. So
Yeah, so like I was as you know,
the right side of my head is baldish. Yes.
I'm only 21, but I was emo and did like the Gillette razor fringe. Like I would like with the same razor you shave your legs with, like I'd give myself a fringe with it. So like my side part, like from where I would part my fringe, is so bad now.
Yeah. It's bad. Okay. I want to watch this again. I'm just enjoying this. Like, please, LOL, come back for sure.
Yes, microdeletion is hereditary, and she has acknowledged that her baby will probably have it.
So it's an inverted widow. No, it's not an inverted widow's peak. It's because I don't have it on this side because I didn't part on this side. It's literally on this side because this is literally where my part was. And so I would like always part right here. And so then I don't know, all the process you do, I don't know. It happened after, and then I lost all of it after I had my baby. Can I do a poll? Doesn't Ryan always do the polls?
We should do like a Maury Povich kind of poll, like who we think the baby daddy is.
Yes.
You got to get Jerome from the bar on there though.
Jerome from the bar.
Jerome from the bar. Allegedly.
We need a poll. Okay, so Thumbhead, who's the baby daddy?
Should we give them nicknames too? I think that would be fun since like the guy from the bar has a nickname.
Okay, no. The baby. So Ryan's gonna be Peter Griffith.
Why can't he be fridge tour? He got really mad because I asked him for a fridge tour one time.
No, I like Peter Griffith from what's that show?
From Family Guy. He does look like Peter Griffin. Okay, but can we put Ken down as Zesty Daddy?
Okay, Zesty Daddy.
Queen Sassafras.
Okay. Okay. Zesty Daddy, Fridge Tour, or Jeff from the bar. Starting to feel bully vibes? No. This is like, we're having fun. This is
lighthearted fun between friends. It's just live. It's
not being a bully. Jerry Springer rolling his grave over this. Yes. Jeff from the bar is we're having fun. Ken is Quagmire.
Quagmire.
Oh, it's Breeze Baby.
Babyfoot'll look like a quarterback. Yes, making funny, not fun of. Thank you, April.
Bree is, oh no, Bree's a girl, I'm pretty sure. Giggity giggity.
Bree's a girl.
Doctor
Bree identifies as a woman either way, and we respect that.
It's Dan's baby. We need Maury.
Dan. Oh yeah, Dan. We can't forget about Dan. Oh my god, there was somebody. Okay, so there was in one of my TikTok lives, there was somebody with a Wolverine profile picture, and they set their name to Dan, and they were commenting, and we were like joking around, and I was like, "Be honest, Dan. Are you running from the law or Gyp Gyp?" And he was like, "Gypsy," and I was like, "Is it yours? Are you scared of child support?" And he was like, "Yes, help me."
Who's the mom? I am
Real
the mother.
Christy, come on. Look at Gypsy's fake smile.
I am the
I've
mother.
seen her smile bigger than that at Disney World.
Oh, Christy is the daddy.
Christy's the daddy. Gypsy smiled bigger than that for Miranda Lambert's checks. Come on now.
Oh my God, yes. Okay, my Conic History channel, he's like my favorite. One of my favorite subscribers. Because he has like...
That made me gag.
I love him. He's one of my favorites. He's like the cutest kid. No,
I've actually made that joke.
He loves my channel and he always comments like first, and he gets sassy in comments, and he loves the cult coverage, and he loves Sister Wives, and he hates Cody Brown.
I love him. He's hilarious.
I can't decide who I currently hate more, Gypsy or Cody. It's kind of a toss up. Cody hasn't murmured anyone lately, so ever.
Lately.
Attorney Kurt turned manager.
The attorney turned manager. He's my favorite, because what are you doing here?
We all hate Cody. Yes. I hate Cody. Oh my God, his hair is so ridiculous. Oh my God, plot twist, Cody's the father.
Bye!
What if, oh my God, what if Gypsy's going to become a sister wife? What if Gypsy is Robin's new sister wife?
Oh my God. What if that's why she's having people dox Ken's ex-girlfriend? Maybe she wants to go find her house so they can be sister wives.
So is she really having people dox Ken's ex-girlfriend?
Allegedly. And I'm not yelling allegedly. I'm just saying allegedly. Apparently, I've heard a bit about it, but I haven't seen anything on it. But I think that might have been part of the reason Ken got banned on TikTok.
Is Kim the one that called us mean girls? I think Kim needs to get bullied off the panel.
They are playing off each other's bully vibes. Classic mean girls. I think being a mean girl is stabbing people in the back, both literally and figuratively.
I think, like, I'm not... Listen, I have to be honest here. Like, and I'm sure you're feeling this way too. I invested a lot of time and energy into trying to help Christy and get her ready for Gypsy to come out. And I was supportive, and I spent hours on the phone with her, and I took time out of my day, put my life on hold. I listened to them at their lowest when they had no one on their side, that they felt very misunderstood. I spoke to her about the lowest times in her life. I spoke about my lowest times in my life. Like, I believed that these people weren't this.
Exactly. Yeah, no,
And
that's
so
like,
when I'm going through this has been painful. Like,
absolutely.
it's painful because I pride myself on being a good judge of character. And what I always valued about her was that I always felt like my voice mattered to her. And so it didn't matter. I could tell her I didn't agree, and she was okay with that. Like, I could be like, I don't think that that's a good idea, Christy. You shouldn't do that. And she would like, and I never expected her to be like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, but she would ask for advice and I would be like, I don't think that's a good idea. Right. And she would listen and she would hear that. And it felt like, for me, the hardest part for me was like watching a train, and it's like all they thought about was money. And it was like everything that they were thinking about before was out the door. Like all the promises, all the desires, all the hopes, all the dreams were lost. All of the good intentions, like, were gone.
It's so much wasted time.
And it was like, it is literal betrayal, because they made me feel like this wasn't what it was going to be.
And I think a lot of people are missing that, like, you're upset not only from a standpoint as being a content creator who reported on Gypsy and reported lies unknowingly, but the bigger part of you I see is her as a friend who was lied to and betrayed. And I feel the same way. I was lied to and I was betrayed. My time was wasted. Empty promises were made.
Like, if you can't understand that, like, when people have literally invested time and energy into people's lives, and they have been told over and over and over again that, like, they're promising you the world, and they're not telling you that you're going to be on this magical fairy tale with them. It's more like they took your heart, they took your compassion, they took your empathy, and they twisted it against you and used you. And the minute she came out, it was like no one from the day that she got out, like, mattered. Like, once she got out and she got super famous, like, they threw everyone away. Like, everyone. And unless you actually rode hard with them and just went on the money train with them and never pushed back, they didn't want to deal with you. Because I kept telling Christy, what you're doing is destroying Gypsy. This is going to destroy Gypsy. You're destroying your family. And all they could care about was money.
Right. Absolutely. And they lie to everybody and use everybody, including each other. It's soul sucking to deal with all the time. That comment from Truth Time. Me and you have actually talked about that before, Katie, haven't we?
What?
her getting a nose job fresh out after claiming that she had all these unnecessary medical surgeries. Yeah,
Yes.
that.
Yes. So there were so many, and it hasn't. I'm really like, whoever you are that said this has only been about bashing Gypsy's appearance. That's not what it's been. Where have you been for the last 4 hours? We took a 30-minute break to like have some laughs.
Like we said, this is Katie Joy and Zora after dark.
This has been traumatizing for me. It's been traumatizing for Zora. It's been like, we have been like
used, lied to, manipulated, strung along. It's almost like we were abused, Katie.
Yeah. Like, and now they're trying to put this on us, like we're the ones that are the bad ones for actually speaking the truth.
Yes, everybody is the bad guy in Gypsy's world. If you don't go with whatever she wants, you're the bad guy. Just like Dee Dee's the bad guy, just like Ryan's the bad guy, and just like you and me are the bad guy now.
Right. So what does she what did Ken do last night? He immediately called Zora a heroin addict and accused her of committing felonious acts every single day.
Every day. I'm disabled. I barely get out of bed every day.
So you're telling me that Gypsy, who is a felonious act and a felonious
profiting off of a felonious act,
profiting off of a felonious act, profiting off of a lie, it's degrading Zora and trying to make Zora like she's less than Gypsy. And that's what they do to everyone. They somehow make you feel like you, who I've never been in prison. Have you? No.
Nope, never.
I don't have a felony. I have a misdemeanor from when I was 25, when I got a DUI. Like,
I have a misdemeanor from smoking weed, and I live in a legal state.
20 years ago.
Happened to me 4 or 5 years ago. I don't think I ever even told her about it.
It's just, and then Ken says, and all I'm doing is to like do this to build my channel.
Rainbow 910 said, "Damn, Zora, you commit felonies from bed every day. Get that back, girl."
Like,
apparently I do.
That's not why Gypsy cut contact. He's gaslighting.
Yeah, no, she cut contact with me because she doesn't want to take accountability for her actions and be honest and say, "I'm sorry, I lied."
No, she's cutting contact with you because she was breaking her parole conditions and she knows it. And it's not about your alleged felonious behavior.
But apparently she had birthday calls with another inmate.
Where is it?
Or at least tried to.
I'll show them everyone the screenshot. This is why. So when Ken says that
this was not her last message to me either. Her last message back and forth with me was when I sent her a screenshot of your post and I said, "What's up with Katie Joy?" And she lied about what happened between you guys. And all I said was, because I didn't believe her. That's when she blocked me, Katie. She blocked me whenever I finally saw the truth. I got a hint of the truth.
She did. She had that.
Did not want any part of it.
Hold up. I'll show you what she said. This is why. Let Millie know that I can't take her prison calls anymore. I got a citation. Ken said it was because of felonious behavior that Zora's committing every single day, which, by the way, that alleged felonious behavior was totally fine with Gypsy.
Right?
Right? And those 13 lawsuits that they had against me was apparently fine with Christy yet last week.
Right? Like a week ago, we were perfectly fine characters. So what changed? That new PR team? Like what?
I cut ties with her for being too nosy. Why? Because I asked you if you were going to be, getting a citation and revoked.
You were showing concern. And I know that might be befuddling to her because that's an emotion she doesn't feel for other people besides herself. But you're allowed to be concerned for your friends and ask if they're okay.
She made the Facebook post not to find her mother from a dignified burial. She posted to get herself rescued from Nick. She just wasn't happy with Nick. Like,
I think she wanted Dan to come get her from that hotel, and that's why she only got one Greyhound ticket.
where is Gypsy? Is she commenting under someone? But let's see what other text messages I have in here. I have so many. Y'all, I got so many to share. Hold up.
The logs.
There, I screenshotted a bunch today. I'm gonna see what I have here. Oh, she was trying to get her license to sell insurance. Oh, here, I'll show you. This is one. This is what Christy wants. You may have to talk on my behalf on your channel, but we may have to go about it a different way since we are under contract. I may have to have you call Vicki Lewis. She's one of my dearest friends and knows exactly what's going on. I'll send you her number. Like,
what in the world?
We're under contract with Melissa Moore. Her dad's the happy face killer, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's who they're working with.
What the fuck?
Oh, here's another lie. Almost on. Oh, I know. They still feel like they need to go to one up each other. Oh my God, the neurologist knew. Yes, he did, but he was scared to say more than what he knew. On almost every doctor's chart, it says special orders on the bottom saying that Rod and Christy Blanchard are not allowed to visit Gypsy in the hospital. That doesn't that's on none of the charts. Not one. That is not on a single chart. I have 200 pages of charts. There is not one order for Christy and Rod not to be there. He was scared that no one would believe him. And what they're doing here is they're like demonizing Dr. Beckerman, who was actually the doctor that diagnosed her with hypoventilation and had reason to treat her. But he's the evil one.
Weren't they talking about like pursuing legal action against all these doctors who allegedly performed unnecessary surgeries on her and stuff too? Like, whatever happened to that? Was that just not like structurally sound? We need a light chart. On God, dude.
Oh, Dee Dee's ghost is going to bed.
Oh, Dee Dee's ghost. That's a bad idea. Don't do it, Dee Dee. Don't do it. Good night, Dee Dee's ghost. We love you. We're here for you, girl.
Dr. Beckerman, who they did a huge article on about Dr. Reunited with his favorite patient in Springville, all of a sudden didn't know that Aaron was talking about for the documentary because he didn't medically abuse her.
Yeah, exactly.
So the doctors in Louisiana refused to participate because they didn't do anything wrong. They never knew when she was in the hospital. We never knew that when she was in the hospital. But when she was in the hospital, Dee Dee would call and keep us posted on things. We never knew, but when she was, Dee Dee would call us. So which is it, Christy? The times we knew she was in the hospital, she would call us. She always stayed on top of things like that, keeping us posted. So why would we suspect anything? We never really knew she was in the hospital, but she would call us. And she was always on top of everything. So why would we suspect anything? Do you see that double speak?
Aw. Like, did you see my Conics comment?
I know I can go to bed and not have a guilty conscience. No, that's what this whole thing is about. When I have my book done, I will send you a copy. Gyp's book will be good too. Mine will be from when Rod and I met, through all the things we went through with her to present time. Christy thinks that the public wants a book about her.
That's so... It's sad because like Christy's starting to get on like this, almost like this like high of thinking that she's a celebrity too somehow. Like they think they're living in a celebrity. Like I think the Blanchards think they live in a reality show. They think their life is a reality show. They think they're celebrities and everybody knows who they are.
So she says she didn't really know when Gypsy was in the hospital, but she's going to write a book. What?
A book about what?
I'm sorry, Christy. I don't give a shit about what was going on in your life while you were neglecting and ignoring Gypsy and Nicolette.
A book about how you kept your man away from all his illegitimate children?
Why are you writing a book? You're not even related to her. Christy Jenner, right.
They think they will be the new Kardashians. No, I really think so. Like, I really think that's what it is.
A book about her cheating husband? Right. Like, what?
Actually, literally.
Hold on. I gotta see what the next one is before, because I don't know.
Do you think it's a manual on how to install a lock on your bedroom door? Like a deadbolt and everything?
Oh, check this one out. Gyp's book will be good too, but mine's going to be all from the time when I met Rod and all the things that we went through with her to present time. What did you go through?
Nothing. Literally.
You weren't around. You didn't have contact. You had no legal custody. You were never in her life.
Somebody said a book about being a hoe.
So here's me being totally gaslit. She pinned you against each other. Clearly, I'm so gaslit here. And she's like, yes, she sure did. The things she used to tell me were unreal. One thing she told me when I was pregnant for Dylan was that if I had a girl, Rod was going to leave me. And I would tell her that that wouldn't happen because he loved me.
OMG, Gypsy getting chained and beat.
The abuse was getting really bad, both mentally and physically. Ugh, her mindset was just crazy.
Was she outside barking at the neighbors?
What's in Katie's cup? You'll never know.
Katie juice.
I saw that and I was like shocked. I was like, how?
Can you send me that actually, please? Like, that's really hilarious to me. I really need
the book will have one chapter, right?
I think it should be titled Your Daddy.
Let me see what's the next one.
A pamphlet.
Oh, check this out. I've got a book deal and I'm under contract.
Okay.
No one really knows.
Which murderer's daughters got you under contract, Christy?
Gyp's got one too. Oh, look at how gaslit I am. Oh, that's good. Tell your own story. It will be a very in-depth look. Are you getting help? Are you getting help with writing? Yes, I am. Oh, good.
Oh, good. You were like, thank God I don't have to.
I know, right? I'm under contract with Melissa from the Dr. Oz show for the book.
Who'd her dad murder? No.
Yes, and all others. Gotcha. Like exclusives? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. It's like move on and go on with your life, but she wants a pity party. I did some shit I'm not proud of just because she said I was 9,000. Oh, this is when Fancy said that she was 9,000 times worse than Dee Dee. That's why I went for the jugular. At first, when she brought things to my attention, I didn't remember that I did it because I was so angry. but I did and I owned it. I can only say sorry so many times, but she wants to dwell on it, and that's on her. Oh, so she's gaslighting her victim. And I'm so gaslit by Christy. I'm like, oh, that's so low.
That's so low. How dare she? Oh, God.
I love you.
Oh, my God. She was dark. She had a wizard tattoo and a pet tarantula. Well, Rod, you have a Christy.
Right. For real.
Thank you, Shimmer.
Like, I forgot about this. She says, that's why I went for the jugular.
That's why I went for the jugular. God, what does she even mean? How did she, quote, go for the jugular?
I don't even know. Hold on. Let me.
I know usually the Blanchards go for the back, so I just think that's a little crazy.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm not a worse mother than Dee Dee. If people believe that, then they are blind. She's doing good. They still have restrictions. And I said, you aren't worse, because I'm so gaslit at this point. And there's no way I can do what she did. I'm not made that way.
I'm not made that way.
I will tell you this. I will always have your back no matter who tries to tell me something. But like I said, no one has ever said anything about you negatively. Oh, so she'll always have it back. But
she'll always have your back.
But Katie's had 12 lawsuits.
Yeah.
This is why Katie has 12 lawsuits.
Oh my God. Did you guys know that Gypsy had one murder? I think if you did have 12 lawsuits, they've got bigger things to worry about.
The self-awareness is hindsight is 2020. Yes. I was so gaslit and I was like, tell me more.
Poor Katie, you're over here like, oh, how dare she? How dare
she sent me this. It's a card that Gypsy sent her mom.
Oh, dear God, read it to me. I'm blind.
It says, dear mom, words can never express how blessed I am to have built this bond with you through all the ups and downs, heartbreaks, anti-social behaviors.
I was going to say, does it say build bonds or build cons? No.
Heartbreaks, instances, and achievements. You have been there for me in all the ways that only matter, that only a mother can be. I love you, Gypsy Rose.
Pop, pop, pop.
I love you because you are there for me.
Do you think this was before or after the BB gun? No. This was like her apology letter, like, you know, like when you're like abusers gaslighting you and they're like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it.
I'm like, I can't believe I was friends with this woman. I'm reading these texts and I'm like,
she's so fake. I don't know how you did it. Because she's faker, like just, I don't know. She makes me cringe almost more than Gypsy does. Like it's giving the time that Gypsy called me about Ken and she's like, and the G was not fire. It was supernova. Like, God. I wish I didn't wake up this morning.
I can't believe. What was I thinking? You guys, I apologize for my indiscretion. Hold up. Oh, here. This is Gypsy on her registry. So my registry has been trolled. Apparently, many of the items that may have been purchased actually are not purchased. And it's a trick because the email address is attached to the purchases like FU to the B, go F the duck, XYZ. So they're all just putting that as purchased, but it's actually not purchased. Oh, I didn't get free shit.
Oh, and she actually talks about that. I've heard her talk about that. She's like the free stuff. Like she gets free stuff all the time.
I don't know how many items are actually purchased or not. Oh, baby girl, I'm so sorry. They're messing with you again. The haters. Report that to the companies. You may have to go under the different name. I may have to just remake my registry with a more secure website that actually has proof that a person has purchased something because she wants free
Why
stuff.
can't you just keep it between friends and family? Like, why do you think people want to buy you things, dude?
She just wants free stuff constantly. Wait, let me see what the next one is. Oh, this is when I was fighting with Vicky.
Oh my God. I think I might still have her on Facebook. Wait a minute. I have to go block her.
This is how obsessed they are and how like Gypsy can do no wrong. She's an adult that's making her own decisions for the first time in her life. She asks for opinions and a guidance from Christy, Rod, Mia, and even me. She's not going to be controlled, and she's made that clear with what has been with what has happened with Ryan. Oh, yes. So Ryan's the bad guy. Someone controlling her is the trigger. This baby won't be exploited. Rod and Christy, especially Christy, is going to try and make sure that doesn't happen. She listens to the advice. Win. The little one is going to be protective as much as possible. She's taking care of herself, getting the rest she needs, and enjoying life right now. It's chaotic at times, but I know if that will ever change because of who she is. All any of us can do is love her and guide her and be there for her when it gets to be too much. And I said, the baby is already being exploited. I don't see that at all, at least not any of us. Content creators have said she was pregnant since she came out. They aren't going to stop. I said, Gypsy doesn't have to respond. She actually doesn't have to share anything.
Literally. I've been telling her that since the day since day one. Just don't share things. Just live a private life. Why do you need to be a celebrity or an influencer? Why do you need to profit off of the murder of your mother? Why can't you just go live a quiet life?
Right. Like, it makes no sense to me. I'm showing you guys this because this is how I was talking to them. Like, they were not, like, all she did was exploit, money. It didn't matter what anyone said. And Vicky is so brainwashed that like she just regurgitates whatever Christy says, and like Gypsy can do no wrong.
No, she's just a sweet little angel.
Like, Gypsy is the sweetest, most kindest human ever. Oh, here's another one. So this is an interesting story, you guys. Gypsy would not allow Zora to watch any of the videos or documentaries, told Zora not to watch anything, right? But
yeah,
then
she didn't, if it painted her in a quote negative light or said a single thing that she didn't like about her, she didn't want me to watch it. Because then like I'd ask her questions and that would upset her. Like she would ignore me and like brush me off if I tried to ask her questions.
She sent this on May 26th to me. I'm watching Gypsy's Revenge on Hulu, and it's been hard to watch. I've already cried once, processing emotions right now. Oh, honey, that's hard one. Is it bringing back bad memories? Yes. And I also texted my dad and told him I love him. It's so hard seeing how he was restricted from being in my life. Or
by Christy.
Yeah, by your dad being a deadbeat. It's so hard. Oh, I can't imagine. I'm so sure it's hard to unravel the lies. I'm so gaslit still. But I'm not really gaslit. I'm just like placating at this point because I'm like,
people pleasing. You don't know what to think.
It literally got to a point with them where it was like, I just would have to say whatever to like, I didn't want to end up schmurdered, you know,
exactly.
Like. I didn't want to end up schmurdered, you guys.
I didn't want my girlfriend to be upset with me because, like, Gypsy was, like, her only friend, and I don't know. Her life has been rough already.
The whole thing has me hooked. I have such a hard time believing she keeps pulling me. I know.
She is, like, a master manipulator, and, like, when her fans are so, like, blinded, you tell them this, and they're like, Gypsy is a victim. Like, she's innocent. She doesn't even have the capacity to do that. And I'm like, she's a mastermind. She's a manipulative mastermind. Her mother taught her. She learned from the best.
So everyone, like, the big thing that people are saying in my comments is like, you're obsessed. And I'm like, no, I actually feel like I can think straight for the first time in 5 years when it comes to this.
People keep telling me that you're so obsessed with her. And I'm like, no, I'm processing everything. And I need somebody to understand. I need as many people as possible to understand, because I am so scared that somebody else is going to get hurt emotionally, like us, or even hurt physically, like Dee Dee. She's unpredictable.
She's so erratic, and like, she will, like, here's an example of how she mirrors your behavior. So like, Gypsy will say whatever you want to hear. And I told her that I didn't think that the way that Lifetime was handling her story was at all appropriate. And here's her agreeing. I see the contrast you mean, though, with Lifetime and others who told my story in a more serious way. And I said, yes, the way the care was taken was different. I honestly thought Mommy Dead and Dearest was done well. And she said it was. I like that it included your parents, Dee Dee's family, and many perspectives. As much as I hate that they made money on Mommy Dead and Dearest, I will say that they did show a ton of perspectives. And Michelle Dean was involved in that. And she flat out said, like, she doesn't know if Gypsy will ever tell the truth. And I said, she like, I literally said to them, you decided to sign a contract with a channel that is most well known for Bad Girls Club. Bad Girls Club. Natalie.
Yeah, like, they choose the weirdest outlets. Like TMZ. TMZ, they love to blow everything out of proportion. Why would you want to report to them?
Yeah. Even though the Turpin Kids are fans, followers of hers, I've said that she was from the beginning. She's a danger and a menace. Oh, you guys, I told Gypsy to follow Jennifer Turpin, but Jennifer Turpin, poor Jennifer Turpin. Jennifer Turpin is getting snowballed by this one woman that's claiming that she's been stalked when she's actually the stalker. This woman, like, who wanted me to tell her story, and Jennifer wanted me to help tell their story and promote it. She sends me all these records, and all the records are police reports that literally show she's stalking someone and extremely mentally ill. And then she's telling me, no, the police are just saying I'm mentally ill. I'm not really doing these things. But it's very clear in the police records that she's reporting things that are not happening. And so I tried to warn Jennifer, and I was like, Jennifer, I'm concerned that this woman is unstable. You're very vulnerable. You've gone through a lot of trauma. You might be trusting someone and they're taking advantage of your empathy. And then that girl contacted Jennifer and made Jennifer block me, and then told me to never speak her name ever again, or she would sue me and Jennifer would sue me. And I could never say a word about Jennifer ever again. And I was like, that escalated fast. And so I was telling Gypsy, like, you might not want to get involved in that because they're very vulnerable, not really realizing that Gypsy was a predator too. And now poor Jennifer has Gypsy Blanchard and the crazy stalker lady, like, taking advantage of her. It's like
people keep telling me that she started being buddy-buddy with Adaptive Kate now. And it's like she replaced me with somebody else to steal stories from.
But Adaptive Kate spent 3 months accusing her of bullying her and saying that I bullied her. And I talked to Kate one time.
You get mad at me for not mad at me, but you gently reprimand me for being a little mean sometimes. I don't think I could ever see you bullying anybody.
No.
I've never heard of you to be a bully.
That's not who I am. Like, I don't do that. Like, it's like, yeah.
And I wanted to ask you something, Katie.
Yeah.
Remember when I first reached out to you and you had me confirm that I was who I said I was and I really knew Gypsy?
Yeah.
Had you never heard of me?
Never.
Do you think there's a reason behind that?
I don't know.
Like maybe they knew that there were going to be potholes in certain stories? Because it's just odd to think, you know what I mean? Like, you were a good friend to the family and you defended the family to great lengths, just like I did.
Oh,
and
Becca Scoops emailed me. Oh my God.
I haven't gotten my email back. Katie.
You guys, I'm standing over a girl that's been making some awesome videos. I love you.
Katie's in the cool kids club and I'm not.
No, Becca's videos honestly like helped open my eyes.
Yes, that is the first thing I did after Gypsy blocked me was turn on Becca Scoops because I knew she was having people blocked in her TikTok lives for commenting about Becca Scoops.
So back to Adaptive Kate, she kept saying that I was bullying her and I'm like, I literally talked to you one time. And
Gypsy told me Kate was accusing her of bullying her. Like, I was told by Gypsy, this girl's saying I bullied her, but it wasn't really me. Help me. I need you to go say it was a fake account. And so I did. I went and I said, my friend would never do this. Like, I'm also an MVP victim, and she's been, like, great to me. She's always lent me a listening ear. Not realizing that that listening ear was soaking things up like a sponge to use later for her own benefit. She didn't really care.
I'm just trying to like, no. So here's what I realized was happening. They never told me about you. I was never told about Bree. And I started to realize, and this happened after she got out. Christy was always okay with me not agreeing with her. She never wanted me to like be a yes person. And I was very comfortable like telling her and pushing back and being like, I don't know if I agree with that. That was just like the kind of friendship we had. I could tell her how I felt and it didn't feel like I was going to like, because she would ask me. I don't want to feel like I was telling her what to do. You know what I mean? Like when you're having a friend come to you and say like, what do you think? Because she was asking for my opinion based upon the fact that I had a platform. And she wanted to know how to handle certain situations. And so I would give her advice about like how I would handle things, right?
And Gypsy would sometimes ask me for advice too. Not super frequently. I think probably less frequently as Christy would ask you. But I would get asked for advice sometimes too.
So they were constantly, she would ask for advice a lot. And then she would say like, what would you do? Or how would you handle this? And because she would often come to me about questions about Gypsy's medical stuff because of my son. And so I would talk with her about that. I was really just like a sounding board. We talked about other stuff, obviously, but like, so it never felt like I had to be a yes person, right? And when the show came on, Prison Confessions, and she got 10 million followers, and then Melissa Moore, like, and like the fame hit, it was like no one could tell them anything but yes.
Right.
And so I would still be on the phone with them and I would be like, what are you doing? Gypsy's not advocating. You said this wasn't about money. Gypsy's online saying, haters can't bring me down. I would tell them Gypsy doesn't have haters. She has concerned freaking citizens that don't want their children influenced by a schmurderer, and she shouldn't be famous because she hasn't done anything that actually deserves like praise.
Thank you. Thank you.
She's done nothing that
You know what would have deserved that? If she had packed her bags and left. Let her mother live to tell the tale of her alleged survival. That would have been worth a platform.
Yeah. And so I would say like Gypsy has done nothing for anyone to actually look up to. She's done the opposite of what I said. There's plenty of people, and I said this to her. I said, the Turpin 13, it is one of the most famous and notorious CA cases for children, and not one of them hurt their parents. And they went through far more than what Gypsy did. Jennifer Turpin was 29 years old, and she was under 100 pounds and so malnourished that her growth was actually stunted, and she had to go through refeeding therapy in the hospital.
Jeez. Yeah, that's terrible. That's real. That's like real
and
suffering.
They snuck out of the house and called the cops.
Wow. Look at that.
I said, Gypsy isn't an influencer. She's not famous. She doesn't deserve fame. I was like, what are you doing? Get ready with me's? Nobody cares about Gypsy doing her makeup. Nobody wants to see what outfit she's trying on.
Exactly. And Ken, like last night, Ken was like, well, that's just her being herself, being a girl on TikTok. But it's not. I've never posted something like that. I've never posted a get ready with me or a outfit like that. That's just not, I haven't.
I said, you are treating this so flippantly. Like she just got out of, I don't know, she left and went away to boarding school and now she's out.
Exactly.
She wasn't in boarding school. She was in prison. And like, just because this is the first time she gets to try things, why? What about all of her Disney trips? What about Miranda Lambert? What about Elijah, what's his face from Lord of the Rings? What about all the celebrities and all the trips and all the gifts she got?
What about all the kids? What about all the kids that missed out on those gifts and she can't even say sorry or do anything about it because they're dead now because they were actually sick?
Right. And no money's given to any of the charities that they have like ripped off. No money's given back to anyone. None of the money is going to any of the organizations that they defrauded, that Gypsy defrauded as an adult.
Exactly. And my boyfriend, he made a really interesting point the other day. All these checks from celebrities and all this money that was coming in, and if you look in the crime scene photos and the evidence, the safe is left ajar. I think she took a lot more money with her than she let on, and I wonder whatever happened to that, you know? What's up with that big chunk of savings she has? What is all of that from?
Right.
That's what I've always wondered. I don't know. Like you brought that up the other day, and I was like, that is kind of odd. That is a good question. Whatever happened to all of those checks and all that money? Where'd it go?
If you have all of these, like, and you know what I said to Gypsy?
What?
Who wants to give me a standing ovation for this? Because y'all just gonna wait. Here's some freaking tea.
God.
I said, Gypsy, you know what? I knew you weren't sick. And she said, how? And I said, I knew you weren't sick because sick kids don't do the shit you got to do.
Yeah.
I said, Gypsy, you got to go on trips. You went to conferences. You went to concerts. You
3 wishes, not one but 3.
I said you participated in pageants. You traveled all over the country and did all of these different events. You got 3 different wishes. You got a Habitat for Humanity house. Your mom took you to every single event that was possibly offered for a child with a disability. And I said, do you know where, I said, Gypsy, do you know the last time I was in a plane? And she's like, no. And I said, when my son had his wish in 2000, when he was 4, I said, Gypsy, my son's 11. I go nowhere. My son is at home every day. I don't travel. I don't go on vacations. We don't have time to go to Disney every year. We don't go to conferences. We don't go to events. We don't go to all
Shoplift
these
at Walmart.
We don't put his disability on display for gifts. And I said, do you know how shameful it is for mothers like me to watch mothers like yours parade our children around like they're some sort of fucking trophy?
It's sick.
I said, children with disabilities are not they're not
that lively.
I said, they're not a poster child for greatness.
It's just not
Nobody should applaud me because I'm a fucking mom doing my job and I have a kid.
Exactly.
I birthed a kid. This is what it is. I accept it. Don't praise me for having to do what any mother would do. My child is not a prop. This is why we don't participate with any nonprofits. After we did our wish, the wish company started begging for our money. Every time we got involved with a nonprofit for disabled children, they wanted to use our story to sell more donations. And I was like, my child is not your poster for props.
Absolutely not.
So that you can make money.
And if you really look back, Gypsy was a happy and willing prop no matter where they went, even the movie theater.
And I'm like, this is disgusting that your mom made it harder for moms like me, because now I'm getting constantly accused of MPB when I don't have it. And I'm not asking for free handouts. In fact, I started my YouTube channel so I never had to beg for anything.
Exactly. You're doing your job. You're
3 times, and I've never done a fucking GoFundMe and asked for a dime from anyone. I have spent $500,000 probably on legal fees.
Right.
That my haters cheer on and say, "Oh, she's so great. She's getting sued all the time." I'm getting sued and paying for it out of my pocket, and I'm not grifting and asking my followers to pay for it.
Exactly. There's so many differences. It's the mother of a sick child doesn't malinger like that.
I don't want handouts. I don't want your help. In fact,
exactly. You made the commitment and you stuck to it. You've done your job as a mother.
I do this job because, one, I can do this job from home. It means my son and I can be at his beck and call whenever I need him. I can make the money that we need. I can put money in savings. And you know what? Every dime that I make goes into our savings account for him. I don't even buy clothes for myself. I'm wearing a freaking t-shirt for Poppy Playtime.
Right. It's just, there's so many ways you can tell that she wasn't ever sick and she knew she wasn't.
No, because
she was full of life and laughter and so happy to get all these things. And she knew she wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. She knew it wasn't going to end. She knew this was her life. This was the life her and her mother built off of a con, and she was proud of it.
And she had ear tubes and she needed eye surgery and she hypersalivated.
She's still proud of it. That's why she still says these things.
But none of that was life-threatening. She has never actually had a life-threatening condition. Never. She
Never.
doesn't know what it's like to have
She's never been in a life-threatening situation, period.
Like, none of the surgeries she had were to actually, like, keep her from dying. My son had a heart surgery when literally his heart was failing. He couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. And if we wouldn't have waited, eventually he would have died. My son sat on life support when he was 3 months old and he almost died and his blood sugar was 7.
I'm
Like,
so sorry, Katie.
I have gone through so much shit and so much
And
trauma.
it's disgusting to see her profit off of all of this.
Exactly.
It's sick. There's something wrong with her, and she thinks she's reformed.
And
She thinks she's served
still
her time, and now she's a
profiting off
celebrity.
of this, and she's still. And I said to her, Gypsy, you hurt my community.
She's hurt so many people, and she doesn't care. She holds no remorse for anybody she hurt. Not even her mom. She doesn't even have remorse for Dee Dee.
I said,
She holds no remorse.
I said, why aren't you doing shit for kids that you took from? You took from kids like my son.
I used to tell her all the time, donate that money you have. Use your platform to speak up for somebody. I used to tell her all the time about Palestine, everything going on in Palestine. Why don't you say something? Why don't you post something? You've got 10 million followers. Help these kids. And she's just like, oh, I'm not into that sort of stuff. Sorry. How are you not into that sort of stuff? If you're going to sit here and talk about your survival story and how you're so proud of somebody else or proud of yourself, why can't you be proud of somebody else? Why can't you help somebody else survive? Why can't you do something for somebody besides yourself?
And because of her story, moms like me are getting accused every day of having Munchausen's.
Exactly. And do you know like how damaging Munchausen's by proxy really is to a child? Like that's such a terrible thing to accuse a family of, because at the end of the day, not many people know the harsh truth of Munchausen's by proxy, and it's that it's fucking terrible.
She had no response. What did she say to me? No response. No empathy. No,
nothing. Oh, never. I told her I had just found my boyfriend's med schmotty, and I needed her to comfort me. Like, she's the only friend I had. I need you right now. And all she said was, OMG, was it Schmrugs? Who cares?
She never asked about my son. Never.
Not once.
Not once.
Does he even know his name or how old he is, Katie?
No.
What?
She never asked about why did he almost die. She never asked, why does he have a feeding tube? She never asked, like, anything. It's like,
She makes it so obvious she does not care about others.
I was explaining to Vicky, Christy's friend, I said, there's this really amazing part about being in the community that I'm in with my son. You meet other families going through it and you connect. And it's like, I can tell you what we've experienced and you can tell me what you've experienced. And we can like hug and we can be like, I get you. I see you. I get it. Right? Like, you feel like you found your people. You have someone that like that understands you. It's a very lonely, hard road. And you're like, these are my people. These are my people. I love you. And you can listen as mothers are pouring their hearts out to you and you can cry with them. Like, I have had a little girl die in the room next to my son when he was on life support, and she crumpled into my arms because her child died. Like, I have so much trauma, and I wouldn't change this life for anyone. But like, she was never sick.
Never.
Because if you were sick, if you went through it, you would see that little boy and you would be like, oh my God, is he okay? because that's what you do. Like, that's how you interact. That's how you care.
Right. And she doesn't have that. She doesn't have that, like, human instinct. She just doesn't.
Really?
You're so strong, though, Katie. I love you, and
The
I'm
fact
so proud
that
of
you
you.
turn on people, Stephanie Marie. Who are you?
Goodbye. Again, we're talking about a figurative and literal backstabber, you guys.
She has no remorse. She has no sympathy. And this is after me spending hours listening to her sob story.
All the time. She always has it going about herself. She always has something, like a sob story for herself. But the moment somebody talks about themselves or a crisis they have, she just, like, goes ghost. Like, it's just like, oh.
It doesn't, no, you're right. It doesn't fit the bill. Exactly, Courtney. Like, a normal person in that situation would respond and be like, I'm sorry. Like, I totally get it. Like,
do you remember me telling you about the time that my grandma, my MVP perpetrator, was, like, harassing me and found where I lived? And I told Gypsy about it, and all she said was, OMG, well, somebody threatened to murder me on my life, and I had to call the police. And then I kept trying to tell her what was going on with me, and she just stopped responding.
Yep.
She doesn't care about anybody but herself.
It's not even that she has to one-up everyone's story. She doesn't even listen to your story.
No, she won't even listen to your story. If it's not about her, she won't even bother talking to you. That's the thing. Like, if I'd honestly, I'm more embarrassed than Katie to show my messages. Because Gypsy, she won't even respond to you half the time unless it has to do with herself. She don't care unless it's about her.
That's why I'm saying is, like, she's a sociopath. Like, it's not.
Yes, and didn't Christy agree with that claim?
Yes.
Yes, everybody close to her believes that she's a sociopath. I'm sure Rod probably thinks it too. And I know, I can tell by the way Mia interacts with her, she sure thinks it. Because Mia looks at her all the time like, what is wrong with you?
It's like her caring is broken. She enjoys seeing other people suffering, but she doesn't even know how to, like, react normally. Like normal children that have gone through medical stuff, like, they have ongoing trauma and stuff. And, like, she doesn't exhibit any of those signs. Like, the fact that she got a rhinoplasty right away and she got her teeth fixed right away, it's, like, not indicative of a child that's been abused medically at all.
Again, Katie, I have not seen a normal practitioner doctor since I was 12 years old. Okay, I'm not even up to date on vaccines. Like, I'm terrified of going to the doctor, of going to the hospital. Like, I just don't do it. I can't. It's so, like, nerve-wracking for me.
So that's what Zora and I have been going through. Tears.
I love you, Katie.
I love you too.
I'm here for you. I'm so sorry.
Oh my God, it's 1:20. You guys, this,
oh my God.
I know this live has been 5 hours of amazingness. I need to end it because I need to go to bed.
Good night, Katie. Sleep well.
Good night, Zora.
I'm wishing you well. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Okay, friends. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Best live ever. We did, we're having a moment. Prayers to Gypsy, ban user. All right. The best 5 hours you've spent in a long time. Well, I might do another live tomorrow. We'll see. This was actually fun. I haven't done a ton of lives in a long time. So I have a lot more to share. We have a lot more we can go through. So thank you guys so much for being here. If you're here for the replay, it's not normal, but it'll be good. And if you're wondering if I ever go back to Gypsy and the Blanchards, fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Gypsy, Christy, everyone in that family is dead to me. And I'm going to talk about all of it and keep sharing it because nobody should be falling for this con anymore. Nobody. Nobody should be influenced by a schmurderer. Night, y'all.